You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. So I heard you just before the show started, you said you were grinding coffee over there, and I have to ask if it's gratuitous coffee you're grinding over there.
100%.
There you go.
Have a constant supply, man.
Absolutely delicious.
We get large orders at a time, and we just keep it going. Now I got my family on it. I got my sister. A lot of my family members just like they don't have grinders. I find that to be actually a lot of people, which I don't know. We just sell we sell the whole bean, man. We sell the whole bean. Get yourself a grinder. It's well worth it. Makes your coffee experience a lot better.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, gratuitous is full steam ahead. I don't talk about it a lot, but yeah, we have consistent coffee orders that come in. So yeah, maybe we bring the coffee guy on here again sometime soon. The guy from Colombia that helps us out, that ships up the coffee. He's a big Monero guy as well. Been meaning to go down there and visit him, just haven't had the time. Want to go visit the farm. I don't know if you remember, we showed videos from the farm a couple of months ago.
I bet he's liking the price of Monero recently.
Yeah, we hooked all those guys up with their tips that had been collecting for like 2 years, just because we didn't have, we needed to coordinate going there and giving them the Monero. So he finally did that like 2 months ago. I'm sure if they're looking at their phone and they're opening up their cake wallet, they got to be happy. Yeah, because it was pretty good timing. Yeah, man. So guys, get your gratuitous.
Monero seems to have been more
If you drink
sneaky.
coffee, might as well drink Monero coffee, right? It's
Heck
a good
yeah.
thing to spend Monero on. And you could always go replenish your Monero,
Yeah.
get more. Yeah.
I was talking to somebody on Nostr the other day, and they said something about they could have spent 3 Bitcoin on a television back in the day. I'm like, I don't see a problem with spending 3 Bitcoin on a television as long as you bought 3.1 Bitcoin to replace it.
Yeah, I know. It's like people can't. You know why? Well, obviously, nobody's at your level, right? Where you're literally pricing things in your mind in Monero. I think you're one of the first that's arrived. I'll get there eventually. But yeah, what I tell people, it's not a dichotomy. Holding doesn't mean you can't spend, and spending doesn't mean you can't hold. You could do both. You could hold, spend, replenish. Just think of it like cash, right? When you were a kid and you had money, you had your piggy bank, you were making dollars, and you were also spending it. You were spending it on candy and whatnot. But in the back of your mind, you always wanted the number going up in your piggy bank, right? So you're doing both. You're as long as the piggy bank number went up, you were still spending. You got to buy that candy. You got to buy whatever it is right? But for some reason, people are not understanding. Monero's the same thing. It's just cash. It's money, and it will work over time. It will work better, much better than cash, than fiat, for the spending purpose and for the holding purpose too. That piggy bank will just go up even more. So I mean, my only hesitation with spreading that meme more and more is like, I don't want to be irresponsible and telling people like, the way to do it is you just got to go all in, right? And basically you live off of it, and any fiat you get, you just convert into Monero, and you're basically 100. When you're 100% Monero, you're forced to also spend it.
When
That's
you
the easiest way to say it.
when you price your life in Monero, though, your life gets 15% easier every single year.
Right.
Like that's what I've noticed. because everybody else is happy to get like a 3% raise or whatever, and you get 15% raise basically if you're thinking if you're talking fiat terms. So everything else gets cheaper for you by 12% a year. So it's like, why not hold it? I just sold some tomato seeds here recently, and then I sold the same thing back in April. In April, it cost 52.8 Monero. When I just sold them here in December, it cost 34.99 Monero. So that's a drop of what, 33% in what, 8 months?
There you go. Now, obviously, Monero's at is at a
no.
nearing its all-time
I'm
highs.
using this. I'm using the 6-month moving average.
Oh, nice.
All the time. So when I had it in April, that was the 6-month moving average in April, and 34.99 was the 6-month moving average today. So I'm not even taking it at the all-time high.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'm more confident than ever in Monero, right? And being able to tell people to do that. Could Monero, we go into a bear market and it goes back down to $200? Sure, that could happen. But as long as you're holding, you have a holding stack that you don't need to rely on, that you need to spend right away, you're good, right? So
you just want to see your wallet balance go up every month.
Yes. But these people that are thinking in terms of, I'll hold my Monero now, and then when it goes down, I'll move it into something else, and that's where you get caught, and that's where you end up making mistakes. It's much safer and less risky to just hold and use and accumulate. You can try to trade a little bit to make more, accumulate, but you're taking a risk. And you're taking a risk if you try to move out, time the market, move out, and be like, all right, I'll catch the dip, and then I'll increase my Monero stack. It's just a risky endeavor for something where you're probably, you're right about the thesis overall, that it's going to be worth more in a couple of years than it is now. You just don't want to get caught in a situation where you were right all along and you end up with less Monero than you would have had if you just kind of played it a little more safely. And then, if you want to stack more, just go earn it. I don't know. That's my advice.
I completely agree.
We got Aaron Day coming up today as our special guest. We'll quickly get to that because we have him in the back room now. He's ready to rock and roll. I'll just quickly shill Monerotopia. Anybody listening to this show should already be well aware. Conference is coming up fast now because we've got the holidays, so that's all going to be a blur. We got Christmas, we got New Year's, and then bam, Monerotopia in early February 12th to the 15th. A lot of people in the U.S. That have kids in school and whatnot, the public schools are off during that time. The week following, that's why we chose it. Because actually, I'll be hanging down there with my family the week following Monerotopia, which should be cool. Some of them will be checking out Monerotopia, which will be very awesome. So yeah, it's a family-friendly event, guys. Bring your loved ones, your liberty-loving loved ones, and come hang out in Mexico City at Huerta Roma. Come live off of Monero. Come live off of digital cash for 4 days at the Monero Accepting Marketplace. It's going to be freaking awesome. Our main stage sponsors this year are Cake and Edge. So we got two of the biggest Monero wallets sponsoring the conference. Obviously, Cake Wallet, they've been our sponsor from day one, really for all our ventures. So always greatly appreciative of Cake Wallet and Vic. And now we have Edge as well, which is beautiful because Monerotopia is all about adoption and usage, and these guys are on the forefront of that. They're the ones that are, building the apps that we use so that we can actually, live off of Monero like we're talking about here. So super excited to have them, and you'll be using those apps a lot at Monerotopia. It's a great testing ground for living off of Monero from the standpoint of the apps, from the standpoint of the vendors, from the standpoint of the users. A lot is learned as people live off Monero at Monerotopia for 4 days. Go ahead.
Turn off your fiat conversion in your wallet. Like go in and disable the fiat conversion, and just have the Monero shown, and it'll help.
There you go. There you go. So super excited, guys. If you want to participate in any way, email us Monerotopia@protonmail.com. Monerotopia@protonmail.com. We have people that hit me up pretty much after every show. When I say that, I always get like 1 or 2 emails. So it works. Hit us up for anything. You want to come and perform at the conference. You want to come sell stuff for Monero. Whatever it is, you want to be a speaker. You think you got the chops to be the speaker. You're working on an interesting project. Come on down. That's Monero related. We just had somebody, a very interesting. Did I list them here yet? No, I did not. I listed we have the Litecoin Mimblewimble guy, David Burkett. He's going to come talk about Litecoin privacy. We have the attorneys Tor and Michael Hassard. Obviously, a lot's going on in the legal area of the cypherpunk movement, right? What we've seen, what recently happened with Samurai. So we have those guys that will be attending. We have the founder of SimpleX. We have Monero devs like Francisco. We have Zeno. We have Derek Bros. We got a lot. We didn't put it up. I guess we didn't list it, but just recently, somebody's working on something very interesting related to what is it called? Starknet. I won't get into it now. But basically, it sounds like somebody is working on another on-ramp, off-ramp, decentralized on-ramp, off-ramp for Monero. Another big project in the space that's looking to collaborate and work with Monero. I won't go into more details now, but I'm very excited about it. Maybe we'll have him on the show before we do the conference, or maybe we'll wait because he wants to demo the product. He said he'll be ready to demo it by then. But yeah, in general, we have a lot of interesting speakers, and if you do want to come and participate in any way, email me Monerotopia@protonmail.com. We have the Spanish talk section. We only put Alessandro up, which super excited that he'll be attending. He'll be coming in from Argentina. He's the guy that ran Copa Monero and is continuing to do a ton for Monero in Monero.Town. He opened up a paddle facility that people use Monero to buy food at the facility, and I think even just to rent the facility. So he's doing a ton for Monero adoption in Monero.Town, and we're gonna have about 5 Spanish speakers overall. So we have a whole list of them. Just haven't added them yet. We have Andres from Monero, who's basically running the Spanish portion of the conference. It's going to be bigger and better than last year's. Last year's was awesome. This one's even going to be better. We're going to do that on Saturday. Like the first half of Saturday will be the Spanish portion of the conference. We chose Saturday because that will be good for the locals. They can come out. They can come learn about Monero. So a lot of exciting things. Grab your tickets. And yeah, guys, I'll leave it at that. Monerotopia@protonmail.com. Hit me up.
I can't grab my tickets because the virtual one isn't available yet. So
okay.
when it is, I will.
We'll put that up. I think we recently raised the prices a little bit. We're no longer early bird, but they're still very reasonable, guys. Oh, VIP tickets. I will say we're almost sold out. So if you want because we have to limit those because we only have so much space where we do the after party. So I think we only have 5 left, to be honest. So yeah, if you really want to attend the speaker dinner, you better grab your ticket soon because they will fill up. General admission $129. We have the locals can come for $25 and they get into the dome and get all the swag, and then we even have a free ticket for locals that just want to come into the public area, hang out in the marketplace, hang out at the stands, go to the Monero 101 table, so they can they can watch the talks on the big screen, but they can't go in the dome. So we make it very accessible. And we're doing things to get the word out locally too. So it should be the biggest, best Monerotopia yet. And I think the timing is really good. We're in privacy season. If everything goes according to plan, we'll be nearing what I would think would be like kind of peak privacy season. So it should be good. Should be a good time, man. I will leave it at that. And let me go ahead and bring Aaron up. We only got 66 live viewers right now. Guys, like, retweet, get the word out. Let's get people in here. Everybody wants their Monero fix. A lot going on in Monero land. A lot going on in privacy coin land. Shortwave, what do you think, man, about a privacy season thus far?
I'm not paying attention to it much besides Monero.
Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to find the... Let me play the special guest clip. Here we go. Bada beep, bada boop.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, Aaron, what's going on, man?
Not much. How are you?
Good. Chilling. Enjoying the beginning of the holidays here and what I hope is just the beginning of privacy season.
Yeah, same. Although I'm not appreciating this weather. I hate the snow and the cold. I'm looking forward to Mexico.
Oh, yeah. No, I know, man. I need the sunshine. The worst part is it just gets dark so early, you know?
Yep.
It's really hard to get that vitamin D.
It really is. So I'm going somewhere once a month because literally I actually analyzed my genome and found out I actually have issues with vitamin D, vitamin A, omega-3s, because I've always wondered every winter I always have this issue, and people are like, oh, you're just complaining, and it's like, no, literally I'm struggling here. So yeah, we're heading out in a week. We're gonna go to Florida, and then we'll have Mexico. We're going to Mexico in January, and then Mexico again in February.
Oh wow, you're coming back. Is there another event in January?
No, we're just going to take a few days off and get some sun. It gets brutal here in New Hampshire.
Are you planning on going to the People's Reset conference there in Mexico as well?
I'm not going to that one this year, but I did speak last year, so I think I'll probably skip this year and then go next.
Oh, which, by the way, I think we emailed everybody. Anybody who's attending Monerotopia, we have a code for people that want to also attend the People's Reset. He gave a really good discount. I think it's like 25% off their tickets. So yeah, you should have gotten that email. Recommend people check it out. I haven't been there, Aaron. I'm sure it was a good scene, right?
Yeah, it's a great scene. It's a long event, and it covers a lot of different areas. Like crypto is a very, very small part of it, but there are a lot of people there talking about intentional communities, and a lot of people that have moved and have really taken action, which is a good thing. But I think a lot of them aren't necessarily hugely technical. So there's an opportunity here to onboard them because they value privacy, they understand privacy. They're actively moving out of the system. And so I think this is a good area to onboard people to privacy coins.
By the way, Bawdy saying cod liver oil shell. Yeah, I was going to actually say the same thing. Actually, not even cod liver oil, like the actual cod liver. I don't know if you ever had that, like the actual whole cod liver.
I struggle with that. That's a hurdle, but I do take cod liver oil. That is actually a big part of it.
I started getting in the can, the cod liver. There's a place over here that has it. It's actually pretty good. It's actually not as nasty as you think.
All right. Well, it probably is worth it.
Maybe I'll send you some cans. I bought like a whole bunch of them because I want to stock up.
All right.
Just make sure you don't get vitamin A poisoning. You don't want too much vitamin A.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, no, I think I totally agree with you, right? That's my understanding. I haven't been there, but that's what Derek was telling me too, right? Obviously, everybody's of the mindset of opting out there, but they're not all like onboarded to privacy coins yet. And so, yeah, we did the reverse as well. So we gave a special discount to anybody that's attending that conference. I think we gave them like 50% off the tickets. So really would love to get those people over to Monerotopia so we can get them onboarded and fully understanding Monero and Xano and everything that's going on, so they could, feel more comfortable starting to use these tools.
And there definitely was some overlap. I know I ran into at least one guy last year at the People's Reset that was at Monerotopia. He's a native to Mexico, so
okay.
So that was pretty cool. But yeah, no, I recommend it, and again, completely different scene, but there's live music. There's just a whole bunch of stuff going on. So it's definitely worth checking out.
Awesome. And Derek Bros will be at our conference, and I think he might actually perform this year. He didn't perform last year, performed the year before. So excited for that. And yeah, we have some good, we'll have some good live music as well.
You got to get him to do Taxation is Theft. I love that song. Have you heard that?
Yes.
So
he's a talented guy, man, and a lot of energy. He's doing a lot of good things. I like what he's been doing with his, reporting. He really is on kind of the cutting edge there. You as well, man. You always do a great job with that, which actually is what I wanted to ask you today. Like, what, I haven't been catching all your latest videos. I mean, what have you been focused on right now? I know it's always you're tapped into the growing technocracy, right? You're kind of you always kind of see things, I think, before most in terms of things that are being done in the government for purposes of increasing technocracy. So kind of what's the technocracy report? What have I missed?
So the main thing that I've been doing since we last talked is I've actually been building websites, and I've been building tools moving into next year, because I think that, at a high level, when we talk about technocracy, I had Hakeem Anwar on my podcast. I don't know if you know him. He created Above Phone, which is a de-Googled phone. And so I'm
like
actually
a graphene type thing.
Yeah. So and so he'll be at People's Reset. In fact, he's been a big part of that. And so he works with, I actually met him there last year, and then I just had him on, and he did this big report on digital ID. And, my primary focus area has been CBDCs. I've broadened it a bit, but man, what's going on with digital IDs is pretty bad. There are 17 countries that basically passed laws at the same time, written by the same people, promoted by the same PR firms. They're going to roll out digital ID, I think, covering 3.5 billion people by 2027. So that's going on. Thailand has digital ID now. Mexico, I understand, is supposed to have digital ID tied to QR codes and biometrics by Q1 of next year. The US has digital ID. Real ID is digital in 12 states. It will be 20 states very shortly, and the plan is for 100% digital rollout by 2027. So the technocracy thing we're losing this battle. And this is why, a lot of times when there's division within the privacy coin space, I'm like, look, guys, these are the enemies. This whole CBDC, stable coins as backdoor CBDCs, the tokenization of assets centrally, that's the actual threat. Like, we gotta work together and really onboard people. Next year needs to be about mass adoption, or I think we're in trouble. But I've been building a bunch of sites, and some of them are actual solutions that people can use. I just launched it's a beta version of a medical tourism website, because the American healthcare system is beyond fixable. One person every minute files for medical bankruptcy in the United States. 75% of those are insured, right? So there's this idea that, it's the uninsured, so on and so forth. No, 75% are insured, 77% are homeowners, and there's nothing being proposed that could possibly address the cost issue. And so medical tourism is huge. It's $100 billion annual market. It's growing at like 25% per year. And we're not talking about just cosmetic procedures. We're talking about complex heart surgery, cancer treatment, things that you can't even get in the United States at about an 80% discount. So I've put together a medical tourism marketplace with 518 facilities in 39 different countries. And what I'm doing is giving people the tools, empowering them to sort through and figure out where to go, and how to go through the medical tourism process. And then, of course, I'm introducing people to in this case, Zeno, but more specifically, Freedom Dollar, because there's a real issue when you're doing medical tourism where the providers don't necessarily want to take credit cards because there are chargeback issues. Even wiring money is a big deal internationally. PayPal has been known to shut off medical tourism providers. And so this is a big opportunity for the privacy coin space, which is to get involved in medical tourism. So we're trying to help people opt out of the healthcare system, teaching people how to set up medical trust to protect their assets so that they don't end up giving away their house and all of their assets if they are engaging in the current medical system. We're going to be encouraging people to opt out of insurance during open enrollment next year, and we're going to be encouraging people to use medical tourism as an alternative to save money and get better outcomes.
Now, so are you charging for is it like a consulting service? That's
no, we're not charging anything. I'm putting together the site. I'm putting together the information. Just to connect people. I don't want to cut to the transaction. I don't want to get into the middle of it at all. And so there's no, we have like affiliate links at the bottom for like sign up for this VPN service or other privacy things. But no, the information is free and it's intentionally designed to be unbiased, obviously using reputation management systems and so forth. There are other things that we're going to add moving forward, but I thought
you're trying to get these services that you're finding to accept privacy coins, is what you're saying too?
Yeah. So in other words, you go into the site and you're like, okay, I need a hip replacement or whatever. When you go to contact the facility, you send them an email because we have the emails automatically baked in there, and it sends an email to the provider inquiring about the service. And then there's a little short paragraph at the bottom and says, and by the way, you should consider using these privacy coin solutions. And then there's a link back to the site that explains to them what all of that is about and how to get onboarded with it. And because of course, if I took the approach of, I'm going to go meet with all these providers and try to sign them up first, no one's going to have heard of these privacy coins. There's going to be a whole bunch of friction. So my view is let's just create the best website in the world with information about medical tourism and build a community around it, and then use that as a way to bring awareness to people that have never heard of privacy coins, but who are absolutely actively struggling with payment, right? Because these medical tourism facilities, so the largest medical tourism destination in the world is Thailand. It's $8.7 billion a year. Thailand, after the 1997-98 currency crisis in Asia, decided to make a national priority out of kind of getting into this medical tourism fields. And so they're like the dominant player. And when you go to YouTube and when you look at the videos of these things, the way that I like to say it is kind of two ways. The U.S. is either, or these medical tourism destinations are either like the Jetsons compared to the U.S. being the Flintstones, or another way is they're a high-end medical spa and we're a prison. But literally, the healthcare that we have here is not high quality. We're ranked 38th in the world. The prices are outrageous, and there's a whole variety of reasons, and the website even explains why it's a scam and what's involved and so on and so forth. But we've been duped. I mean, you can go to Thailand for a hip replacement or something for $30,000, and it includes business class travel for you and a partner, the entire procedure, all of the medicines, all of the aftercare, and you're staying at a resort throughout the entire process. Whereas to compare it to the US, just the cost of the hospital room at the Cleveland Clinic is $30,000. Like it is on average about an 80% less expensive experience. And so I'm hoping we can create a movement around this, because the biggest issues that we have in fighting technocracy are, one, their control of the money. So if they control now increasingly digital money, which they can program and track and censor, that's a pain point. But then the other one is so many people have jobs they don't like just so that they can have health insurance that doesn't actually improve their health, nor does it protect them from bankruptcy. We have a whole bunch of people in this country that are living lives of quiet desperation, and a lot of it is tethered to the healthcare system. So if we can get people out of fiat currency, get people out of the broken healthcare system, then that's how we can fight back. That's how we can provide resistance to the technocracy.
Yeah, they just have this right there. They're working jobs they don't even like to get like this shitty healthcare that doesn't do anything for them, just gives them drugs, right? Gives them prescriptions and
Yeah,
vaccines.
no,
Like
no,
we're right? Like it isn't helping them eat the right food and make the right life choices and preventive medicine. It's just here's a prescription for this. Here's a prescription for the side effects to deal with the side effects, and here's a prescription to deal with those side effects.
and it's a racket, and I feel horrible for this because how many people are living the lives that they want to? How many people are their job or have any fulfillment with their job, where their job is something that they actually want to do, and then add to this, not only are you, and the reason that you have to get a job to get healthcare goes all the way back to World War II when they put wage freezes on, and so the only way that employers could compete for talent was by offering health insurance. Well, we decided 80 years later we haven't gotten rid of that, and so. Anyway, I go into a lot of detail. I've done a ton of podcasts on this. The website has a lot of information on it, but I think this could be a big deal. I think I really want to help empower people because, again, it's about exiting and building. But if you look at what the pain points are people don't know how to get out of the fiat system, and they don't know how to get out of the healthcare system. And a lot of people are on medication that's actually keeping them sick and don't even realize that they don't even need it and that there are alternatives.
For me and the other viewers, what is the website?
The website is OASARA, OASARA.com. And it may be a little bit buggy. We're doing a beta test now. The official launch is January the 1st, but I just launched it on Thursday for a beta test. We're giving away $1,000 worth of Freedom Dollar for people to report bugs and make recommendations and that kind of thing. But we're going to tie it in with New Year's resolutions. And so that's going to be a big push around the New Year's to have the official launch.
For me, I would love to be able to use Monero to pay for some of these, health services outside of the US. I don't know. I just saw this guy, Dr. Saladino. I don't know if you follow him at all. He just filtered his blood. He went to Spain to do it. He filtered out his toxins and the microplastics. Like, I think he said it costs like $3,000 or something. I would spend some Monero on that. That's a great investment.
I would too. And I actually asked him about it. So I commented on his tweet. I said, "Oh, where do you get this procedure?" And he's like, "Oh, it's in Majorca, Spain." I'm like, "Well, hey, anywhere else?" Because I'm like, my friends have a tendency to get arrested there. So
I know it's that right. Although I was thinking maybe we do a Monerotopia over there, but I don't know. Maybe that would be bad. I don't know if that's good. I was thinking it would be nice to do it somewhere like the Canary Islands or something. But yeah, I watched his video. He's saying that procedure is coming to the US, but right now it's not. You can't really get it done over here.
But that's the kind of stuff, though, when we have been poisoned. I know I've got these kinds of toxins. And now one of the other things that I've built, which I'm going to include in OSR at some point, I don't know when, but I've taken all of my genetic information, my genome, and I have it locally on my computer. And so I'm using an AI to analyze the genome, tell me what my actual risk factors are, which, by the way, is different than what the information you get sanitized information out of 23andMe.
Yeah.
But then once you know those risk factors, then I've actually created.
So what data do you have? Like what analysis? What
I download now. I mean, I shouldn't have done this. This was a long time ago, but I did sign up for 23andMe. So then I figured, all right, well, I downloaded all of the actual raw data.
Oh, okay.
Onto my computer, and then I analyzed that against a genetic database of kind of known disease indicators, and so it gives me like a top 100 list sorted by probability of disease or risk factor, and then I take that information. And I built an AI where I'm like, all right, I like what Dr. Berg says. I like what Dr. Jack Cruz says. I like what this other guy that you were talking about says. So I've downloaded all of their content, put it into a database. And so I can query basically virtual versions of them against my actual genome and then get them to make recommendations and even debate each other, which then I can then take the output of that and put it into kind of like an action center. So what does this mean in terms of supplements or peptides or changes in diet or that type of thing. And so I'm going to be playing around with that a lot. It's really eye-opening. It's funny you mentioned, you know, so the number one thing that I have genetically that I have the highest risk and like the greatest variation relative to the general population is caffeine. Apparently I'm slow at processing caffeine. So when you were talking about coffee, and I drink a lot of caffeine, but apparently, you know, if it takes the average person, whatever it is, 6 hours or so to metabolize that, it takes me twice as long. That was pretty eye-opening, actually. That I had no idea that was the case. And then, you know, vitamin D and everything else. So, but the whole general theme of this is you can have your own health data that you can query outside of the medical system entirely. I want to build something where people get to pick. I'm using Mike Adams' Health Rangers AI, which, by the way, I highly recommend that everybody download. It's called brightu.ai. This is phenomenal. He spent, if you're not familiar with him, I mean, for decades, he's been putting out great information about health alternatives.
We had him on the show, and then the show got banned on YouTube.
Okay. I have
one of my only episodes that got kicked off.
I have a question. Without something like 23andMe and them having all of your medical data, how can just a regular person sequence their genome in private?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That could just be a good cut. There's a good Monero service right there, right? If you can figure that out, where people can anonymously get their genome analyzed and pay with Monero, right?
So that's something I want to look into, and that's something I want to bundle into this. I really just started this for myself, and then I realized, so that's a great question, and we need to find something like that and include it. And so anyway, I was saying, so Mike Adams built this AI trained on all this data, and then he spent $2 million of his own money building out, even scraping and collecting data from all over the world. I mean, last time I talked to him, he had like 700 terabytes of data from China on like herbal medicine and a whole variety of things that he actually had translated from Chinese into English and everything else. So you can actually go into his AI, which you can download and have self-custody on your own computer, not connected to the internet. And you can ask it things like, what are natural cures for cancer? And it'll give you all kinds of information on things that you will not get through any other. So that's one of the AIs that I use. And so I want to help.
Is he selling that, or like you pay to download, or
he's giving it away? It's free.
Okay.
And he actually just launched a service called, it's books.brightlearn.ai. You can generate your own books. So you put in a prompt, you have up to like 75,000 characters, and you type in what you're interested in, and the thing will actually generate a book that you can download a PDF of for free, but it's fact-checked against his database. He has the actual raw data. He has like over a petabyte of data. In fact, I'm setting up my own RAID system based on feedback that he gave me, but what you get is this book back that actually has the real citations. It's not hallucinating like ChatGPT or these other things, which were trained on the general internet and Reddit, and then you might get back these hallucinations. This is actually like
the sources.
It's like fact checked. So there are 350. Like I said, I've authored 4 books in the last week, and you know, on a variety of different topics. But it's really cool, and then you can convert those to audiobooks. So anyway, I mean, long story short, I've been spending a lot of time on AI and really kind of self-custody private AI. I mean, I still use some of the bigger models for coding, but I think this is an area where you know, a lot of people mistakenly think AI is a bubble, or they're ignoring it, thinking that it's not going to have impact. But it's kind of like with digital currencies, right? Digital currencies could be great. If you have Monero, if you have Zeno, if you have Freedom Dollar, it's better than fiat. But if you have regulated CBDCs or stable coins, which are backdoor CBDCs and CBDCs, then that's actually tyranny. Well, the same war is going on in AI. So it's you know, and it's funny to watch the war play out, because you have the big tech companies here, but then you have the Chinese actually releasing open source models, and they've almost completely caught up with the West. In fact, China is ahead of the US in 57 out of 64 technology categories, and they're about to probably catch up on the AI front as well. But these are open source models. So I'm constantly playing with models. Some of them I'm, you know, downloading onto my machine and running locally. Others I use their stuff just because they're losing money. You know, if I'm doing image generation or video generation, it's either venture capital firms or big tech companies that are just burning through cash in their war to, you know, be the winner in a winner take all, situation, rush to AGI.
Amazing, man. Amazing. Yeah, I just have so many thoughts going on as you're telling me things. Like I've been meaning to maybe, another little side project, get a good Monero AI going, right? A good bot that's just trained on Monero, all all past Monero talk episodes, all meeting notes from all the dev meetings, obviously all the GitHub commits, everything, the zero to Monero, anything that's ever been all the research papers that could relate to Monero, crypto note, whatever it is, everything. Obviously, a general AI is querying those things in a way, but to make it just, I think you could make a pretty good solid one, and then it could help, really onboard, teach people about, you go as deep or as shallow as you want, right? It could help with initial onboarding, and then, you could go much deeper down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I've done that with Zano. I mean, to the point where it's like I've created a virtual, I don't even know it yet. I've got a virtual Andre and a virtual Pavel. And, I've got the whole GitHub, all of the files, all the APIs, all of the documentation set up in my environment. So I've been able to develop apps that integrate with the wallet. We should be promoting that. Some people, a lot of devs don't like vibe coding, but I'm telling you right now, it's by the end of next year, it's going to replace most coders because it has gotten very, very sophisticated. I've been able to do stuff in 30 minutes that took me a year 30 years ago.
Awesome. Yeah, I know, it's amazing. What specifically are you doing with that with Zano? You're saying like integrating it into the wallet as just like kind of a
so there's several things. So I have 6 different sites right now. Like I'm doing there's this Technocracy Atlas, which is it's a chatbot that has all kinds of information. Like it has all the Epstein files that have been released so far. So the AG released some, then the House released some, and then I'm going to immediately index, whatever this redacted thing is we're going to get next. But it has all of Patrick Wood's information on it. It's like 36.8 million words or something in there right now. And I'm one of the things that I want to do is do kind of I look at it as kind of like a combination between an open source version of Palantir and WikiLeaks in a way where we can actually fund people to do investigative research. And so in addition to the chatbot, I'm trying to build like a little graph to show how money flows and everything else. Because you asked, well, what's going on with technocracy? And so part of my answer to that is, well, one, it's complex. So why don't we just take what we know collectively and make it publicly available through a chatbot, and then allow people to start doing investigation where we have gaps. And so maybe you pay them bounties using cryptocurrency, or you could even integrate NFTs, do a whole variety of different things. And so with ODYSEE right now, I'm doing the $1,000 bounty program using Freedom Dollar. And then of course we're promoting to the medical tourism providers that they consider accepting these as a payment method. And then the other sites, we have got a site called freedomforge.io, which is designed to be kind of an incubator for projects around Zano, but with the focus on creating counters to technocratic threats. So for instance, all right, well, CBDCs are a threat. What's the counter to that? Freedom Dollar. Centralized medicine is a threat. What's going on now with Maha? I mean, people think about Palantir in terms of like the CIA and predictive policing. Palantir's all over our healthcare data. People should be very alarmed by this. Palantir has a contract with the entire NHS. They're building a database, healthcare database of everyone in the UK. And now they're doing this in the US. This is part of Trump's database of Americans. So they're going to be marrying our health records to the information that they have from the DHS and the IRS. This is actively going on right now, right? And people are clueless about this. So anyway, I got a little bit off on a sidetrack, but the point
you got a lot. You're a creative dude.
I got a lot going on with this, but anyway, the point is with Freedom Forge is to help people understand that this is what tokenization is all about. If they're centrally tokenizing everything, the big push now is what Larry Fink and the Clarity Act, they're going to tokenize our stocks, our bonds, ETFs. There's even a movement now to create a sovereign wealth fund where they're going to start trying to tokenize national assets and trade those national assets. We need a counter to that. We need privacy-based solutions to that. So the Freedom Forge site is about trying to help people think about ideas, because one of the things that I found in talking about technocracy is a lot of people are like, well, how am I going to make money outside of this system that we have? And the truth is that everything that exists currently today in the system that we have right now, which is digital and mostly runs on centralized databases, and moves towards technocracy, everything that's centralized can be recreated in a privacy preserving way. So anything you can imagine, food marketplaces, literally every aspect of the economy could be re-envisioned. And so I'm trying to help inspire people to engage in that. And I think hopefully this OSR project will be something where people can finally start to understand tangibly, oh, now I get what you mean. So,
I'm completely on board with that. That's what I'm trying to do with XMR Bazaar, right? I mean, the vision there is huge, right? You know, I drove by an Amazon facility last night in Queens. I mean, the thing is just a monstrosity, you know, and just just dreaming of what the XMR Bazaar version of that can be, right? Like, you know, it doesn't have to stay small. We can make these things big. We could scale them up.
We have to.
Yeah. Yes. And obviously there's some inefficiencies that come with being more decentralized, but there's also some added efficiencies that come with being decentralized. There's advantages as well. So I think we're seeing it, man. I mean, it feels like obviously technocracy is growing, but the revolution is also growing too. I mean, I do think the window is now, and I don't think it will be there forever. If they gain enough over us, it will get to the point where we can't escape, right? We'll just be trapped in it. I do think that window will close, but the opportunity is really great right now, and the momentum's on our side, the ingenuity is on our side, encryption is on our side, math is on our side. We just need to, we just got to build this stuff. We got to run with it, and we need enough people using it to the point where, all right, now they just can't shut things down. Then they just have to figure out how to deal with this new, more decentralized version of society.
Yeah, so from my perspective, we've got to get on that because we have to move a lot faster than we are. One of the things that drives me nuts, and I post about this all the time, is that this fanboying of Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk is a technocrat. His grandfather was the head of the Canadian Technocracy Party. He's actively pushing for UBI. He's pushing for energy credits. He even likes Bitcoin because he claims that we're going to be able to get rid of currency, and currency is going to be based on wattage. That is the fundamental premise of technocracy. So people are sitting around, oh, he saved free speech. He did none of that. He actually tried to rip off the WeChat app, which is the everything app tied to social credit stores in China. He said it on a video, and everything that he's doing is pushing technocracy. Even Doge was not about saving money. Doge was about feeding information to Palantir. The idea is we should be replacing government with nothing. Replacing government with AI will actually decrease the number of people in government, but will increase the reach and the control of government. And people are not understanding what's going on with this. So Palantir is able to do what they're doing now because Doge handed over the APIs and access to all of the information in the IRS databases and other government databases, which is what it was intended to do. So the fanboying of Elon Musk is completely fake, and which isn't to say he hasn't created some cool stuff, but he's a technocrat, and people should be very alarmed about technocracy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he's doing some incredible things, right? From a technical standpoint, and we don't really know where his heart is, but I haven't heard him talk about Monero. I heard him talk about Dogecoin quite a bit. I haven't heard him mention Monero. I don't even think he's been talking about Zcash, right? I could see the Zcash people getting to him.
Listen. So he already has a digital ID system, right? Mm-hmm. If you're registered through X, which is tied to an Israeli company, you have we don't have freedom of speech. It's called freedom of reach, which is actually the equivalent of a social credit system. The algorithm that they have, they're already depressing content based on whether or not the advertisers would want their ads next to it. This is not a free speech platform. That's a myth. But here's the thing. X Payments is launching soon. So we don't know what all that is, but he put out a link to job descriptions. And so I clicked on the job descriptions. It's all KYC AML compliance. A big part of the job description that he put out there was compliance. So what are we going to have? We're going to have stable coins integrated with an ID, integrated with the social credit. He is literally building WeChat. So it's not about free speech. He's not going to be about privacy coins. I can tell you that based on who he's hiring. Just in the same way, like Jack Dorsey claims like that he's all for decentralization, and then puts together a Lightning Network solution where you have to give your social security and KYC information. It's absurd.
Yeah. So the PayPal mafia guys, right? I mean, are still, they've always been pro technocracy. But yeah, I do think there's an opportunity here for us to win. Like I said, I'm seeing a lot of positive as well, right? Zcash, I just saw yesterday they're going to be part of, and I would love to get your opinion on this. I don't know if you saw, there's going to be some SEC hearings that are going to take place, and they'll be there speaking. Zuko will be like a speaker, and then they'll be on the panels. For me, I see that as progress, right? Now these discussions are taking place. Like, all right, well, what do we do about these privacy coins now? Are we embracing them? So embracing Bitcoin is one thing, right? The government embraced Bitcoin because Bitcoin really isn't a threat at the end of the day. But if they're kind of forced now to embrace these privacy coins and to, basically state that they are legal to use, that, we can't, we have to treat them to equivalently as we treat something like Bitcoin, they can be listed on exchanges, all that stuff. They might have their agenda, but these technologies do exist, and if they can't outright ban them, they are going to lead to progress for us.
Nothing good is going to come from Congress. It's a waste of time. The privacy coins don't need Congress. I mean, this is kind of the point. Whatever comes out of it is going to be detrimental to privacy coins.
But what are they going to do? What could they do? I mean, it's good in that it makes it more mainstream. It brings on more people. It helps normalize it. It gets more people using it. That's what happened with Bitcoin. Like, listen, has Bitcoin been co-opted? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But we all knew, that was the natural evolution. That's how it was going to go down, right? Governments weren't just going to sit by.
We now have a bunch of people. We now have a bunch of people that think hijack 7 transactions per second surveillable digital gold is cryptocurrency. That's not cryptocurrency adoption. That's CBDC adoption.
Right.
It's not a good thing.
Where the progress is we're getting to the point where there are cryptos that they can't co-opt. At least it's going to be very hard for them to co-opt Monero, right? And so if they start to normalize these things, and every citizen in the U.S. knows about crypto at this point, right? They already do. But now they're all going to know about privacy coins. And yeah, initially they might know about the more cucked versions of them. But they'll find their, it'll become part of their mind share, and they'll find their way towards, the real deal. And as long as we have one or two that can't actually be co-opted, then I do think, true crypto ultimately wins.
I mean, again, it can. I'm optimistic, which is why I'm building all of these things. But we have to be realistic about understanding the technocratic threat. We spend far too much time bickering within the privacy coin space, which is going to accomplish absolutely nothing. I mean, we are competing.
That's what I'm saying then. So shouldn't we be cheering for, like, let's say, these guys, the Zcash guys that are now trying to talk with should we be there throwing dirt at them and saying, or should we be cheering them on?
I'm not throwing dirt at them. We should stop.
No, I'm just asking you. We
should stop believing in the political process. It's not about whether it's Zcash or not. Look, I've had a lot of experience in politics, and I will tell you right now that nothing good comes out of it. Some of the most libertarian people I know that have gotten into politics have been co-opted. I've never seen a situation where anything good came out of the political process. So
remember, Aaron ran for president.
Well, I know, and I ran for Congress.
I actually might run for U.S. Senate again, but that's a different story for a different reason, which is to bring awareness to technocracy. It's a long story. I have a music video that I made about it. And the whole point is to encourage people to vote for themselves and to exit the dollar and exit the healthcare system and everything else. But the point is that no, I mean, I spent 20 years doing activism, running PACs, recruiting candidates, and everything else. And every time I see this, like, look at all of the Bitcoin people that got involved in politics. Look at where they went. Look at the Winklevoss twins. Do you know that the first candidate that they supported through the Fair Shake PAC that they put the most money into was Adam Schiff? Right? Like we are getting the worst possible outcomes with the crypto people that have been involved. They're the cringiest people. They're almost worse than like the Rockefellers or central bankers in the way that they're behaving. So, I mean, look, if the hearings bring out information and raise awareness about privacy coins, great. But if it gets people sitting around waiting for the government before they build things or do things, the one thing that would be bad about it is if all of a sudden everybody's sitting there waiting for a Zcash or a Monero ETF. That would be a bad outcome. And think about how many people, because when I've gone to 27 states or whatever and done these crypto workshops, most people don't even know that you could have used Bitcoin as a payment method. Most people only know of it as a speculative investment. Like, the narrative's been that hijacked. So I just hope it doesn't get hijacked in the same way where this ends up being about ETFs. And so,
well, I'm beginning to feel like that's really what's differentiating Monero from all the other cryptos, right? Obviously, it's default private. But ultimately what differentiates it is the fact that it's the least co-optable. It's the least likely to be added to an ETF, I would think. I don't know. Maybe that changes. I don't know. But I don't think it's going to be added to ETFs anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I sure hope not. Or more importantly, that people sit around. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, why would people want a privacy coin in an ETF? How does that even...
Yeah, well, because people want to speculate on it and invest it. That's why, and that's gonna happen. We're gonna see that happen with Zcash, but I don't think it's gonna happen with Monero as soon. Maybe eventually, but I mean, all this stuff is moot, though, right? I mean, because what can we can't stop what they are going to do in terms of how they respond to crypto, right? All we can do is work on crypto, ignore them, opt out. Build our own ecosystems outside of theirs.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I hope what we don't have is a whole bunch of people that, instead of building things, are going to hearings.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think that's... I mean, that's those people, right? There's plenty of us doing this stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't see any Monero people or Zango people going to hearings.
Yeah, they're not. They're not getting invited to those hearings. I don't know, but like, if I was invited, would the Monero community be up in arms about it? I would think it would be a good thing, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, yes, let's add transparent addresses to Monero. No, but help get the word out on why I think it aligns with the ideals this country was founded upon, and why we should just treat it like traditional cash and all that jazz, whatever.
Yep.
I don't know. I am an optimist, obviously, at the end of the day when it comes to
I'm an optimist, just not about the political process. And I'm very, because a lot of people that I know that even watching these Bitcoin people, they didn't know anything about politics. So they actually naively thought they had a whole bunch of assumptions that all turned out to be completely false.
Yeah. I know the political scene very, very well over here, in New York.
Yeah.
So.
One other thing about technocracy is, I mean, you probably saw that those Epstein. So I had presented as a not as a fact, but circumstantially, that Epstein probably funded the Bitcoin core developers and the hijacking of Bitcoin, which has now been proven. To which the Maxis say, oh well, this is old news, which it's not old news. It's not old news. That Jeffrey Epstein explicitly funded 3 Bitcoin core developers. One of those core developers is Corey Fields, who ended up being the co-author of Project Hamilton, the U.S. retail CBDC. That is now definitively fact, which should be alarming and very jarring for people. And the fact that there are people that are claimed to be libertarians still trying to claim that Bitcoin is freedom money and wasn't hijacked. I don't even know how you do that and look at yourself in the mirror, to be honest.
Whatever happened with Project Hamilton?
Project Hamilton was still buzzing as of a year and a half or so ago, and it was up to 1.8 million transactions per second. Now, in theory, Trump's executive order shut down any kind of funding of it, government funding of it, although the funding of it was coming from the Federal Reserve, Bank of Boston and MIT. So I don't even know. The funny thing is I was watching the hearings when they were putting up this anti-CBDC bill. And I'm watching like Maxine Waters on the floor, and she's sitting there. It's like, well, we should at least be able to continue to do research on CBDCs. We don't want to be behind, people that are at least just researching and figuring it out. I'm like, research? She was the chair of the finance committee while they actually actively built 3 pilots. This is how disconnected people are from this. We actually built 3 CBDC pilots, but of course they don't need a CBDC now because they've managed to take $27 trillion in private stablecoin transaction value and put it under the control of Congress and the Federal Reserve. So there's no point in the CBDC now. They managed to capture something that's actually popular. If the election had gone the other way and they had tried to push out a CBDC, there would have been a resistance. It would have taken a decade to get to $27 trillion worth of transaction volume. But with the stroke of a pen, they've managed to capture more stablecoin transaction volume than Visa does. And people are clueless about it. Because the thing is, the financial surveillance, I don't like the Federal Reserve. I'm never going to defend the Federal Reserve. But when you look at the financial surveillance that we have in this country, KYC, AML, Patriot Act, NSA bulk data collection, the suspicious activity reports from the Treasury Department, none of that came from the Federal Reserve. So we've taken all of the so the things that people actually didn't want about a CBDC, which is the surveillance, we now get that on private stablecoins. So it's a backdoor CBDC.
100. I can't believe like Tether is now like the largest holder of gold too, right? That's incredible. Those guys, man, they've done better than anybody else. I think they're like one of the most profitable company. Definitely the most profitable company in crypto. I don't know, right?
And I'll tell you, they're buying all kinds of other stuff too. I mean, they're buying land all over the place. Like, it's really interesting to track what they're doing or to try to track what they're doing. And they are very, very diversified. But of course, the irony of all of this is that Howard Lutnick, who ran Cantor Fitzgerald, put $600 million into Tether before the election. It was actually debt. It wasn't equity. And the terms of the deal were, we're putting $600 million in debt so long as we get the exclusive contract to manage treasuries on behalf of Tether. Then the election happens, and then they push the Genius Act, and the Genius Act requires that stablecoins be backed by only treasuries in dollars. So the single biggest beneficiary of the Genius Act is Howard Lutnick, our U.S. Commerce Secretary.
I love how you figured that out like before anybody else, man. Like you you are really, really good at that.
I wish people cared. I wish people cared, man. I just, I don't know.
That's incredible.
And by the way,
who else is big in on Tether? Like, who are the guys behind Tether?
Well, some of the early people behind Tether were Brock Pierce, which that's a whole other story. By the way, Brock Pierce is bad news. And that I did an episode on this, and it's part of what inspired doing this Technocracy Atlas. Brock Pierce met Jeffrey Epstein in 2011 and started advising him on crypto. And what I'm trying to nail down, because this is okay, how did Howard Lutnick get introduced to Tether? And then actually, Brock Pierce was the chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation when MIT took over the funding of the developers. So those were some of he was a big player early. And then there's some other people that when you look at their backgrounds, they were involved in Ponzi schemes. I think the team has a pretty bad track record. And now it's expanded, and it has, Cantor Fitzgerald and everybody else. And now they're getting into investing in Rumble and just kind of diversifying in all kinds of tragic ways. And so people should look at Brock Pierce though. But he's been involved with a lot of stuff, and not great.
Yeah. Was he hanging out on Epstein Island?
I don't know if it was Epstein Island. It was one of the islands. It was either Epstein's Island or an adjacent island. That's where he met Epstein.
Okay.
And of course, the Puerto Rico thing has its own narrative and drama associated with it, which I was looking at going to Puerto Rico at one point. And actually, a friend of mine moved down there for a while, and it's kind of a cesspool.
Well, I may end up there for family reasons more than anything else. Aaron, let me go ahead. Actually, I don't know, Bawdy, if you're ready, let me go ahead and bring Bawdy up. We'll do price report, but maybe Bawdy has a comment or two. Maybe he wants to chime in before we move on to price report. Also, Aaron, is there anything else you want to bring up topic wise?
No, I mean, there's so much. I mean, I could go on.
Yeah, we could do a 3-hour Monero talk. I know. I definitely, greatly appreciate you jumping on today. Let me bring Bawdy up, see if he wants to chime in with anything. Bawdy, are you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
I don't actually have anything to chime in. Aaron covered it all really, really well.
Yeah, no worries. Whoops. We could go ahead and move things along. We'll do price report. Aaron, very excited to see you down at Monerotopia in the next 2 months. Remember to eat that cod liver. If you send me some Monero or some Freedom Dollar, I could send you some cod liver cans if you'd like.
I gotta get the courage to do this. I probably should do it. So how much is it?
Whatever, man. I'll just send you the cod liver cans.
All right.
Text me an address. Awesome.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thanks for having me on, and I can't wait. And I encourage everyone to check out Monerotopia. It's one of my favorite conferences, and in fact, now that PorcFest doesn't even have a venue, it is probably my very favorite conference that exists right now. So,
awesome.
PorcFest or the other conference, Monero, the one in Europe. I can't think of the name.
I've never been to that. No, PorcFest. PorcFest has been at the same campground for years, and now apparently that fell through. So I don't even know if there's going to be a PorcFest.
Oh, it completely fell. Really?
Oh dear.
Oh my God.
So I don't know. I haven't paid attention, but as far as last time I checked, there's not even a venue. So that,
wow.
Whatever that means.
They'll figure something out, right?
So I hope they figure something out. But hey, we were there at the peak. We were there at the end.
Oh my God.
For that experience.
It was great too, man. Great job, by the way. That was fantastic.
You too. That was awesome. So
and as you predicted, it would kick off privacy season. I mean, you called that one.
Yep.
I think I'm not saying privacy season is because of what happened at PorcFest, but it added to the momentum for sure.
It didn't hurt. I mean, Ross Ulbricht being there, all of the different people, Edge Wallet, Cake, everybody there, and then all of our political prisoners, and some of them are still political prisoners. That was the central place for it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's ramp it up at Monerotopia.
Last thing, any word on Roger Ver? Like, what's the latest status?
I mean, he negotiated a settlement with the government, but he, part of it is, from what I've read, he can't talk publicly for 3 years. I mean, basically, when I looked through the documents, if he gets anything more than like a parking ticket, his entire deal is invalidated. So, which I'm grateful that he's not in prison, but in my personal opinion, I frankly, I hope he gets a pardon. Ian Freeman as well needs a pardon. Roman Storm needs a pardon. The Samurai Wallet guy. I mean, the war on crypto. Yeah, if you did a Ponzi scheme, token, you got off. But if you actually developed privacy protecting technology or an open source developer, the war's still on. So I hope more awareness is raised, and hopefully maybe there will still be more pardons in the future.
Any way we get him to come to Monerotopia, you think, or he doesn't want to?
I don't know. I haven't. I'm sure he just needs to unpack the experience that he's gone through, and I don't know. I can't.
Well, if you touch base with them at all, throw it out there. Obviously, it would be amazing if you were to show up. That'd be fantastic.
We'll do.
Hey, I do have a question actually. Do you what do you think about the bill introduced to force Americans to be that have dual citizenship or multiple citizenships to choose? Do you think that's actually going to pass, or is that just like bluster?
I doubt it would pass, just because it would not be in the best interest of the actual politicians that we have in Washington, D.C. But I, to be honest, I haven't followed it that closely. Maybe it will pass, but I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I doubt that would. How many is it like getting serious traction, Bawdy?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I haven't heard it getting serious traction in Congress, but social media is talking about it a lot. So,
who's like running with it? Who's the
I
It's
think
leading the charge.
Instagram and Facebook and Twitter are running with it more than the actual politicians. Like,
Okay.
I mean,
but who are like the figureheads for it?
oh, I can't remember. Some congressman was like,
Okay.
I didn't know his name. It wasn't like a big name
Yeah,
to
I
me.
only just recently saw that too.
No, there's too many dual Israeli citizens in Congress, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much, man. Very excited to see you in a couple of weeks, and we'll be in touch.
Awesome. See you then.
Yeah, please do spread. Yeah, please do spread the word to your people about Monerotopia. Get the word out. Get as many people as we can down there.
All right, we'll do. All right. Awesome. Thanks.
Cheers, man. Adios.
Bye.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the price report. Here we go.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right.
Buddy.
Just FYI, I'm having a little bit of trouble with xmrchat.com. It doesn't seem to be loading the recent tips. So maybe...
What do you mean? You're seeing tips come in that...
So the page is loaded, and I'm seeing here the, I can hit play on Twitch to start playing Monero Talk. But the recent tips they're just like grayed out. Like it looks like it's trying to load, and it's kind of doing that flashy thingy, but I'm not actually seeing any of the tips.
I'll let the guys know. Thank you.
That's on ungoogled Chromium. If I do it over here on LibreWolf, it seems to be working. It seems to have loaded, but that was also a moment ago. Anyways, kind of the point being, I may or may not see the tips as they come in. So, I mean, not that would be any different than normal for me missing the tips as they come in, but
I will try to catch them and bring them up.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty.
All right, yeah, let's just. Do you have any business, any other things?
No. Let's. Curious if we're still in privacy season.
Okay, XMR chat did load for me on Firefox Mobile as well, so it's might be just on Google Chromium, or it might be something we're not sure, but it did load for Firefox Mobile for me as well.
Oh, it actually just came up. I sat here for like 4 minutes waiting for it to load on Google Chromium, and it just came up. So, all right.
Interesting.
All right, maybe I'm back in the game here. Great work, guys, said Paul Larkin. Probably that's an old one. He tipped 0.001253 XMR. I guess he gets a double whammy for that one.
So
yeah,
why aren't I seeing them pop up on the comments then at all? No?
That might be an old one. The Paul Larkin comment, that might be an old one.
Yeah.
I just gave him a double credit for that one, I guess, just in case.
I think they really should add a date or a time at least. Like
actually,
that would be huge. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, phase 2 says Zuku glows in the dark. That one's probably worth saying twice. So
yes, that was from yesterday's Monero Talk show.
Yeah, I assumed you would have already said it today. I just felt like saying it again because it's funny.
He's gonna be glowing in front of the SEC.
Of course.
2 weeks.
I don't think you'll be able to tell though. Like you won't be able to see his glow in front of the glow of everyone else he'll be surrounded by.
We don't need to, we could get into that if you. I would like to hear your opinion on that if you want to.
This is the first time hearing of it. I didn't know he was going to the SEC.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up in the news. I mean, it sounds like they're going to have some, kind of roundtable thing with the SEC. He'll be giving a presentation, and then there'll be like a panel discussion. And it's the SEC, I guess, is exploring privacy coins, essentially.
That's hilarious. So they're going to have a quote-unquote round table. Of course, the SEC sitting at King Arthur's round table will be the only one with a gun in the room. Everyone else will, is kind of begging them for this and this and that. But okay, it's a round table. I love the fucking euphemisms and the way George Carlin talked about playing with language, abusing language. All right. No, that's interesting. I'm definitely interested to hear more about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will ultimately be good for Monero, bringing awareness to it. But yeah,
are they going to say the M word live on television?
I think
I highly doubt any of them.
I think the vast majority of the community would disagree with you, Doug. Sorry, but I just feel like that's probably the case.
That Monero becoming more well known in society is a bad thing.
No, that like it's going to be brought up at the SEC or whatever. Like I think,
I don't think they're gonna say the M word at the SEC. I don't think so. Yeah, it's all Zcash guys. I mean, you have that guy JW. He's been on the show a couple of times. He's an attorney. He's he's.
I just think, and I think I represent the rest of a lot of the Monero community, that we think you believe too much in the political process.
No, I guess I'm not using the correct words, or I think maybe you guys are just so, like, I don't know, you're not listening to me. Like, maybe do the steel man my argument. Steel man my argument.
The idea of participating in the political process is primarily, first and foremost, to get attention, bring public awareness to whatever topic it is that you want. The chances, Doug, if I'm steel manning your position, there is some small chance that we could make regulatory changes that are going to benefit Monero. But in general, the more important factor is that, hey, we're going to have someone up there talking about privacy coins in front of the SEC. This is going to get attention from the general corpus of the United States.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just seeing it as it's bringing attention to Monero. Like the meme is growing. People will learn about privacy coins, and eventually, if they're learning about privacy coins, they will eventually learn about Monero. I just see it as good marketing for Monero, and it helps kind of widen the Overton window, right? Making it, normalizing it, people talking about it, just like what we saw happened with Bitcoin, right? Originally, Bitcoin was basically labeled as a tool for the dark markets, and now it's completely normalized. Now, I understand people fearing that we don't want that to happen to privacy coins, but if they work as intended, it can't happen. So you'll get the normalization without the cuckery, because if Monero works as intended, they won't be able to defang it. That's the hope. I mean, that's our only hope. And there's really no way for us to stop governments from talking about it and bringing it up. So there's really nothing we could even do.
I mean, there is a really good case to be made that if the word privacy or the term privacy coin gets used in front of, I don't know, some regulatory body, that some amount of, and gets the attention of more people, right? And it becomes a quote unquote thing, the new thing, that's going to spill into Monero. Like there is going to be spillover, because you can't talk about privacy coins without talking about Monero. We have at least achieved that. Like as a community, you can't go research privacy coins anywhere and not accidentally come across Monero. So there is something to be said for that.
Exactly.
I think mostly I would regard such a thing with just inherent skepticism. And in this case, I would use skeptic. Mostly in its sense of neutral, like just show me the evidence, but also with a slight amount of disbelief, right? There's kind of two versions of that word. The colloquial version is skeptic, like, I kind of disbelieve, I would be suspicious, right? I would be looking for like, okay, what's their angle? What are they trying to accomplish here? In what ways are they going to try and do something that actually harms Monero on the back end, right? Maybe it looks like it's good for Monero, but what are they going to, like, what might they be doing on the back end? I don't know. I would just, to keep at least a neutrally skeptical position on that. No, I'm not suggesting you, Doug. I'm just saying personally, that's how I approach it.
Sure. I mean, I don't think anybody in this community isn't skeptical of the government, right? Like, but yeah, maintain that skepticism, everybody, 100%.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. Ever since I went on that podcast, I've been getting offers from some larger names trying to contact me on Twitter, and I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know if I really want to play your game, right? They wanted me to participate in some stuff, and I'm, I won't say who exactly, but some people that like you guys have heard of, right? News outlets, crypto news outlets.
But what's your fear there?
It's not that I have a fear. It's more just like these guys have have treated Monero in the past with disdain and scorn. And I'm not sure that I want to go participate in their, and play their game. I don't know what their angle might be, and I don't know what they what their intentions are. So I think I'm basically going to decline to participate in those things. Like someone like Thread
I would
Guy,
encourage you to do it, man. If anybody could pull it off, it's you, right? You're not going to roll over, and you're going to very effectively get your side out. And then the truth will rise to the top. I mean, unless they then like butcher it and edit it. But if it's like some live event, I think you should definitely do it.
yeah, I mean, there's a case to be made both ways. I definitely understood. I knew that would be your position for sure. I don't mind going on a guy like Thread Guy. He's just a sole degen that like, okay, there's some like privacy coin pivot here. Like, tell me some stuff. Let me give Monero a fair shake. That's one thing, right? But like going to interact with these guys who I know are nefarious is in a lot of cases a very dubious proposition.
Yeah.
Or I should say,
you might be giving them too much credit too, though. I mean, yes, they may effectively be nefarious, but I don't know if there is. I don't even know who you're talking about. But in general, right? Like if people are as planning, as plotting as you may think, I mean, they're probably just greedy people that are trying to make money. And if like it currently aligns with having Bawdy on the show to talk about Monero, that's why they're doing it. Maybe not to hurt Monero, but just to make more money, right? It's probably their angle.
It's
I don't
possible.
even know who they are.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it some more.
All right, what's been going on with the price? It doesn't seem like there's been a whole lot to me.
Yeah, crypto overall trying to recover, basically recovering to the place that I was like, yeah, you should get long here. So if you survived that, that liquidation wick, then maybe you could have some big upside here. Monero doing pretty good. Is privacy season over? Doesn't quite look like it to me. Zcash season might be over. Hard to say on that one. Let's see. Oh, Doug, can you maximize the charts for me? Okay, so we're looking here at the Monero price chart, and I don't know, things look pretty good to me still. Obviously, we're basically flirting around $400. That seems to kind of be the steady state price. So $400 sitting right here at this white line. Overall, I would say this still looks like a decent chart structure on the short-term time frame. This does. It's starting to look a little bit like Monero, on a TA sense, right? And again, just what are my feels? What do the spider tinglies say? And also, Spider-Man is gay, so I'm just like, don't take that. I'm not gay. Anyways, fucking retarded. Yeah. So it feels like Monero might need to go down a little bit further. Like I don't know, maybe 370, right? 380. But I know there will be some people that will say on Twitter that I'm going to say that reason for going down would be manipulation. I think they're just joking and kind of jabbing, sparring for some fun. But anyways, yeah, Monero's fine. Like I don't see any real problems here with Monero. Let's go to the Zcash really quick and just see what Zcash looks like because, well, it doesn't look great. If you got in early, then like you're still doing fine. But Zcash up from its 742 down to 300 is where it fell to. So that's like minus 60%, which is kind of a lot to fall even for a bull market. All of the other pullbacks on Zcash were like 36%. And this other one here was 29%. So overall Zcash, like normally you would, at least let's go backwards. Bitcoin in bull markets has traditionally never really shown minus 50%, minus 55%, and then continued on to glorious new heights. Zcash being an altcoin and smaller market cap, maybe it can do that, right? Maybe that's a possibility here, but I wouldn't say that it looks particularly amazing for the Zcash chart at this moment. That doesn't mean it can't come back. In fact, if crypto does come back, I fully expect Zcash to try to make another run at this. It'll probably make a new high, but it'll probably be like a marginally higher high, right? That RSI bearish divergence kind of thing. That's probably what we'll end up seeing. I don't think that Zcash is going to 2,000 or 1,500 post haste, right? At best, it's going to at least like try to make a new all-time high, like maybe 800. Maybe it'll even get to 1,000. And I guess from there, we'll just kind of we'll have to take it, play it by ear and see what happens there.
Hopefully, Tux sold his bag.
Who?
Tux.
Oh yeah. I mean, because he was somewhere around like 250, he was like, man, I hope it gets back to 300. I'm like, don't worry, bro. You're probably going to get that back. So somewhere in there, I bet you he was taking profit. Tux is a smart guy. So I bet you he was taking at least a little bit of profit on that. But yeah, I don't know. Can Zcash make a comeback? It's coming up here on a pretty strong level, although that level is kind of dissolving. So on shorter time frames, like say the 30-minute chart, I can tell you that Zcash looks like it's going to want to try and do some stabilization. It could have a wick down to maybe like 285 and then try to come back. I think, again, a lot is going to depend on whether or not crypto can make a comeback here. We'll get into that. I actually got to tip my hat at Tony for bringing up something that I had completely missed. I didn't know was out there, and I think is relevant. But we'll get to that in a second. So let's finish up here with XMR and say, what do we think is going to happen with XMR? I don't know, bros. Maybe a little bit of a pullback followed by some more positivity. I think that there's based on the recent action, right? Since October, Bitcoin has had problems, crypto has had problems, but since October, Monero went from 300 to 400 and has had this like nice steady movement, with some volatility up and down. But overall, Monero has had this nice trajectory towards the upside. So what do I see in store for Monero? Probably like some more like generally sideways to mildly positive action over the course of weeks and in the course of months. But that's really what I would expect, just given the history of how crypto has had problems, but Monero has sort of continued doing well. And Monero has continued doing well even as privacy season has had a pullback, right? Zcash, right? We say, well, when I hear privacy season, I just hear fake Zcash pump. Like that's what I hear in my mind, but okay. The privacy season has had a little bit of a pullback to the tune of minus 60%. So has Pirate Chain. Pirate Chain has also had a big pullback here. It might even be worse than Zcash. Let's take a look. Minus 75%. That's unsurprising. The Diet Pepsi of Zcash, aka Pirate Chain, although slightly more anonymous than a Coke machine, has had a 75% pullback. That is, I guess, problematic if you're a Pirate Chain holder. It didn't even make it to our standard deviation levels. It stopped short and then pulled back. So I guess how useless is my wave magic in that case? We didn't even make our targets there, which is kind of why you sort of should take profits little by little on the way up. Okay, Xano also fell. Hasn't really. How much has Xano fallen from its peak? Tried to make a new all-time high, but failed. Minus 33% on Xano. Yeah, you're fine there. You could say Xano is still fine from a charting sense. And also, typically people don't believe in double tops, although this isn't quite a double top, but it's close enough. So far, you would say Xano's fine. Again, the way crypto goes, just like the way Zcash will go with crypto, Xano will go with Zcash, and maybe Pirate Chain will even make a comeback here if crypto can come back and Zcash can come back. I don't know. Minotari, not really doing that great either. I guess, I don't know, bros. Tari just seems to be down and down. Maybe the inflation, maybe we got to wait for like a quote unquote halving, even though I doubt it's an actual halving. It's, probably just a decreasing supply. Maybe there's just too much inflation, people selling it. I don't know. I'm telling you, at some point, this coin is going to be a good buy. I don't know if I can tell you when that point is going to be. It's probably a good enough buy. And then just hold, like I said, hold it for a couple of years. Don't put a lot of money into it. Put a couple percent. Cubic, sucking ass. Big surprise. Did they break their all-time low? No, not quite, but they double tapped that bottom. This chart is definitely, nothing goes down in a straight line. Maybe Cubic can manage to do it, though. I don't know. But we would still be looking for some kind of rebound a little bit higher for Cubic. But, I mean, this chart is bad. Cubic's done. Hopefully they can go attack Doge. I think that would be pretty funny. It would also be attacking Litecoin at the same time. And that's kind of actually a reason, if we think that Cubic might be somehow involved in the quote unquote cabal, the deep state, whatever, right? They might have some kind of support. Who knows? If that's the case, they're probably not going to go and try to attack Litecoin and Doge, because the point was to attack Monero and make Monero look bad. So why would they then show that all the proof of work coins have these problems? It has the same problem, right? Why would they do that? And then again, with the ASICs, maybe that's a lot more difficult than it would seem, but maybe it's more possible than people think, right? Like, is there 25% of Litecoin, Dogecoin ASICs that would be willing to go play ball with Cubic to get some selfish mining attacks? It would be hard, given that they were unprofitable on Monero and doing that. That would be hard to justify that. But again, if they're using their token to subsidize that attack, but again, who's going to pay for that token? Who's going to pay that premium to subsidize the attack? Why would they do that? Right? Charlie Lee doesn't want to attack his own chain. So anyways, all right. Cubic's probably basically over. Maybe they'll find a way to make a resurgence at some point here, but I don't think that point is anytime soon. Monero versus Bitcoin, still doing quite well. Bitcoin has had a bit of a comeback, but Monero has also continued to show strength. So we are sitting at like 0.004% of Bitcoin's market cap. What an abysmally retarded market. And yes, markets can be wrong, so fuck you. And fuck markets. I don't know. I'm just trying to be inflammatory over here. Let's see if we're gonna do my head and shoulders pattern and say where should this thing top out, right? Where would our quote unquote target be from a whole head and shoulders pattern? Probably, I guess I'm just eyeballing this, so we're not going to do anything too crazy. It's got this upward slope to it, so we're actually not anywhere near where that target would be. Because you take the neckline and the distance, but there's an upward slope. So should you do it from the median price down here and make that your target, or should you like do it from the breakout point of the upsloping shoulder line? This is where it's like you just start. This is where it becomes tea leaves. Like, okay, like, yeah, there's an upward target there, but rather than doing nonsense lines that look like freaking tea leaves and some like movie reference. I would just go with the statistical bands and probably say that, or just go backwards, look at the horizontal areas of significance and say, I don't know, probably where the Binance delisting and the fall off happened, right? Late in 2023.
Astronomy for dudes.
Yeah, exactly. Why would we do astrology? I mean, okay, yes, because there's a sociological component to this, and yes, trends are a real thing, and yes, you could say statistically speaking, right, the trajectory of the chart is such, but eventually, that's going to break, right? Just like the big Bitcoin regression analysis I have is going to break. It's not going to hold up forever. It's just short-term extrapolative value, but because it's such a big, broad, long-term chart, the short-term extrapolative value is something on the order of at least a couple years in front of us. So that becomes useful. But anyways, yeah, so I don't know. I freaking kind of got lost there. But yeah, Bitcoin versus Monero, right, is doing pretty good. Maybe we still have some ways to go. Again, like if you're playing in the Degen trading market, you take your profits into Monero, right? Why would you go into Bitcoin? Monero outperforms Bitcoin in bear markets because we don't have the crazy volatility. We don't have the crazy blow off tops and the nonsense that happens. So we actually have a better stable price. And I think that the Moon Boys need. I don't even want to tell them to stop being Moon Boys because I know they're not gonna, but I just wish that they would update their marketing slightly, right? Say, listen, Monero performs better in bear markets. Help us get that. Like, if any of you Moon Boys are out there listening, please listen. Just slightly adjust your marketing. Inform the masses. Inform your degens. Inform your followers and the noobs that you're bringing on from the various cultures that are out there, whether that's the pro Clash of Civilizations, the Groypers, right? Or whether that's the Soul Degens. Just get out there and be like, listen, Monero performs better than Bitcoin in bear markets for obvious reasons. You want to take your profits from your Degen coins into Monero because we have real strong organic adoption, which spells long-term price improvement. So you can actually hang on to those gains by dumping them into Monero. If you want to have a price narrative for number go up, that's your price narrative, boys. That is the thing that is going to cause the greatest amount of price appreciation in Monero if you want to get like an NGU narrative out there, right? Just frame it in a way that maintains a connection to the principles that we started with, right? Because those principles work, by the way. Y'all weren't here for it, but we got massively attacked from every which direction, and Monero survived where every other coin would have folded. Every other fucking coin that had gone through what Monero went through from 2019 to 2025 would have died, and Monero survived. So obviously we're doing something right in terms of the way we market and think about the coin and principles. We're just asking that if you're new, slightly new, been here for a couple years, just maintain a little bit of a foot in that same kind of principled stance, right? Just you can keep your NGU narrative, but please just modify it slightly, and this will be good for everybody, for me, for you, for our gains, etc. All right, yet I digress. Is there anything else to talk about with Monero price? I don't think so. Monero versus gold, still doing sideways action. Probably going to keep doing this for a long time because gold is extremely positive right now. It's not at new all-time highs, but it is looking really strong. We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, Monero versus gold, guys. I don't see any reason why this chart has to break one direction or the other. I would actually prefer this chart to just be. I would rather Monero be slightly better than gold because we have a lot of market cap to make up. I would just rather see this chart making, nice little steady continuous gains for years into the future, over long time frames. Getting a nice chart that acts like that will get us greater market cap relative to gold. This chart is mildly bullish, right? In terms of the bias of the action, right? The action for the past couple months for 2025 does seem to be slightly biased towards the upside. We've got a nice uptrend there. We are starting to consistently outperform the sort of like median level. Let's just call it 75 to 1 on the price. So it does look nice. I don't know if that informs any trading decisions for anyone in the near term. Divergences to Kraken have not done anything interesting. Cool. We don't need to talk about that. Let's go to crypto and let's talk about the thing that Tony pointed out last week in the news. Thank you, Tony. So it was this X post. Without reading everything, if you want to read it for yourself, you can just kind of scroll through here. But there are digital asset treasury companies. They're called DATs. I guess this is a new acronym, but think MicroStrategy, right? Or maybe they're just strategy now. If there's like a rebrand, it doesn't matter. We're just going to call it MicroStrategy because that's what everyone knows it as. MicroStrategy holds a lot of Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Surprise. And one of the things that they have managed to do is get themselves included in a number of indexes, right? So MicroStrategy is included in the NASDAQ 100. There is one in particular called MSCI. I've never heard of it, but apparently they're a big deal. They have many leather-bound books. And they're like, I don't know, maybe the number 3, right? There's like S&P and NASDAQ and Dow Jones, but they're like they're pretty massive. They're a global index a global index company or whatever organization, and they organize a bunch of different indices that track different types of assets. And so these Bitcoin treasury companies like MicroStrategy have been playing a game where, and this is a known phenomenon called the index effect. Once you get your stock listed on some indexes, that forces quote unquote forces the index to buy. So that helps to drive up your stock price, which gets you included in other indexes, which forces those indexes to buy. And that buying pressure causes your stock price to go up. And MicroStrategy has been using that as justification for taking more loans to buy more Bitcoin. And which of course means that they have a greater asset valuation. Their balance sheet looks better, which causes more buying, which causes the index effect to amplify. So this isn't anything new. This is something that happens, but MSCI, this organizer of various indexes, big ones across the world, it's apparently they're the world's second biggest index company. So that's a big deal. What they're saying is that, listen, and MicroStrategy isn't the only one. Listen, all of these digital asset treasuries companies who are holding greater than 50% of digital assets on their balance sheet are actually not really operational companies. They're more like funds, and we're not sure they should be included in our indexes. And if so they haven't said that they're definitely going to remove them, but supposedly by January 15th, they're supposed to make a ruling here. Not a ruling because it's not a court case, but they're going to make a decision on whether or not they're going to include DATs with 50%, more than 50% of their balance sheet as being crypto assets. If they're going to classify them as funds and then remove them from their indexes, which would cause an outflow, JP Morgan said, of about $3 billion. So, but maybe the bigger story here is that this could also cause other funds to reevaluate their position on whether or not these companies, it could cause other indexes to reevaluate their position on whether or not these DATs are funds or actual operational companies. So perhaps we could see the removal from other indexes. This, I don't know. Sorry, this happened on October 10th, and we've had problems with the Bitcoin price since October 10th, right? Let's see. Let's go right back to, what am I doing? Wrong spot. Right, yeah. So you can see actually October 10th was the actual peak, or almost the peak, just a few days before it. And ever since then, things have fallen. So is this a nice thing, a nice like convenient explanation? This is the reason why Bitcoin has been falling. We've figured it out. I don't know, maybe. The market doesn't like uncertainty, obviously, and the speculation that a significant portion of the buying has been the index effect, and that a lot of that liquidity is responsible from the index effect. and the unwinding of that, right? Maybe that could be a factor here, that speculative problem, and maybe it could compound, right? Maybe MSCI isn't the only company that would end up doing this. It's possible, right? It's hard to say for sure, but I think that could be a factor in why Bitcoin has had a much more difficult time getting it up than the stock market, because the stock market is like basically recovered. Like, let's just go to the S&P 500 and take a look. Yeah, the index, the S&P 500 here. I mean, what are we looking at? 0.5% off of all-time highs. This is a chart that looks absolutely fine to me. Interesting, because this is the Trump tariff. As far as I'm aware, the Trump tariffs have not been ruled on yet. So if the Trump tariff rulings come out, right, striking them down, like, holy shit, this chart is just primed to mega pump. And for the S&P, mega pump will be like 10%, of 10% over the course of like a week or two, or a few weeks, which for Bitcoin or crypto could just be the course of a few hours. So yeah, stock's looking fine. They're honestly looking primed to mega pump. Probably some insiders already know what that ruling is going to be, because I mean, the Supreme Court has shown itself to be corrupt as fuck, but they have absolute immunity. So I guess that's even better than getting a COVID vaccine. Getting absolute immunity for your political crimes and corruption is far better. So yeah, interesting how that works. NASDAQ also similar story here, doing quite well. Don't really need to talk about the stock market. And I mean, the show is still rolling, guys. Like we got the macro. There's gold. We'll talk about gold in a second. We've got the macro. Everything's fine. We said, hey, Dixie is looking like it's Dixie is gonna pump here at some point. But like we said, don't trust that it has to happen immediately. This is slow moving. It is biased towards positivity. The more likely scenario is that it does come up when it breaks the orange bands here. When it sets a new local high, that's probably when we really need to start looking at is the show pretty close to wrapping up. For now, it touched a very unusual pattern, actually, to touch the top of the wave magic orange bands here, and then touch it again, and then pull back again. But that's kind of unsurprising, because for one, it's a currency index, so it moves a lot slower, and two, it's something that they want to manage. They want to keep the show going for as long as possible. That's the name of the game when it comes to stock market. At some point, the mathematical realities have to come. The piper has to come calling. And yeah, there will be a big washout. But again, the macro doesn't say anything that has to happen. The reverse repos still at 0, no problems there. U.S. oil sitting at 60, right? It's managing to hang on at that lower level. So everything like basically fine with the macro. Obviously, we got to look at bonds, which are also not showing anything that interesting, although maybe of slight interest, I guess. I don't even know if it's worth pointing out, but the very short-term 3 and 6 month yields have actually come down significantly and are starting to now finally get back in trend with the longer term yields, like the 1, 2, and 5 year yields, which on my overall inversion tracker, all the other inversion trackers that you see are the 2 year versus the 20 year, or like some subtraction of two specific yields. I just aggregate all them together, right? From the 3 month to the 30 year. We just subtract them all from one another, and we say, what does the overall inversion picture look like? This is the power of writing your own scripts and thinking for yourself. You don't have to listen to stupid pundits tell you that the 10 year versus the 1 year is the sign of inversion that matters the most, right? And inversion hasn't appeared to matter at all. So maybe this is a case of where an observed signal becomes noise, right? Because inversion correction used to be the thing. Maybe we just need more correction of the inversion before we get the macro crash. But I mean, we don't need to talk about macro crash yet. So don't worry about it. Don't think about it at the moment. We're not at that point. Really, the question we all want to know is, can Bitcoin make new all-time highs? I think that that a lot kind of depends on this news thing that we're talking about, right? The MSCI, the index effect. I think a lot might depend on that. If we get a favorable, hey, we reconsidered our position, and we're going to think about it some more, or we're not going to do that. All right, well then Bitcoin's going to pump, right? It's also an interesting question to ask ourselves: if Bitcoin has fallen this much on the basis of a single fund, of a single index company, determining that, hey, maybe maybe MicroStrategy and these other companies are actually funds and not real operational. Like, if this much fall off has happened on the basis of that, what does that say about how much effects of institutional chicanery, a la Michael Saylor, how much of this bull market is really just that, right? How much of the movement of the price from 80,000 up to 125,000 is really just chicanery going on in the financial markets, juicing, gaming the Bitcoin price? And could that potentially be a little bit of an explanation for why the dominance hasn't moved to the level that we want? I was thinking about that some this morning. I'm not convinced that that's necessarily the case, but it could be, right? It could be that a lot of institutional money is now just wrapped up. And so when people were buying Bitcoin, that doesn't actually sort of get the hand-me-down effects anymore towards the altcoins. But still, that real cash should be going, right? Those purchases should be going into the exchange complex via Coinbase. Generally speaking, Coinbase, I don't know, is Gemini a player in there? I'm not sure. But so maybe, I don't know. Is it possible? So last bear market, we saw alts outperforming Bitcoin for a long period of time. So it's interesting that was the case. Maybe we could see some other kind of counter-cyclical effect that doesn't make sense traditionally for what crypto was. And maybe it's the involvement of the institutions, the big five guys. Maybe that has an effect here. I don't know. Anyways, I want to see this fall off. I'd like to see some altcoin gains. We have not had our alt season, or we did get a slight alt season, but it only came after we got decimated. I say we. I'm not really an altcoiner per se, but I want my fucking gains. So, all right, Bitcoin dominance. Whatever. It seems like it wants to go sideways for a little bit longer, for quite a while longer. Maybe ETH will have to drive this if that's ever going to change. ETH is also in the institutions, so I don't know. ETH really needs to get back to all-time highs. We'll see if it actually can do it or not. ETH is also believe it or not, ETH is also going to be wrapped up into this index effect to some smaller degree. Will it ever truly gain that index effect? Will it ever get that kind of big stuff going on? I don't know. I feel like there's a double-edged sword for the big fi guys in terms of their relation to the deep state, because ETH actually does work to be able to do quite a lot of stuff. But they also use the SEC to murder a lot of that stuff. So the utility of that platform, not a whole lot has been growing or being developed on ETH. It's just all kind of steady state, the same stuff. But there's new stuff, but nothing big, right? Nothing major is taking hold there. No narrative inducing events are taking hold on ETH. The L2s sure support billions and billions and billions of dollars of activity. And some of that is, some of that's even basically legit activity. It's probably mostly just stable coins, but just in general though. Oh, and by the way, obviously it's just destroying Bitcoin's L2, but that's no reason why price has to accrue to ETH, right? ETH could just be the bus boy, transporting all of these other tokens and assets that actually, maybe those are the ones that accrue the value. So perhaps there's something to be said for that. Anyways, onward we go. Z-scores, Bcash is actually doing quite well. Little bit of maybe, I don't want to say tip of my hat, but buddy of mine called this Bcash thing. He was like, yo, Bcash is going to be doing the thing. So he's making some pretty good gains on those trades. Bcash continuing to perform here. Monero still largely ahead of the pack. What do we got down here? Who's this guy? Is FTT? Damn. Sam Bankman been trading from prison? Did they get him a covert cell phone smuggled up a rectum? I don't know. Anyways, somehow FTT outperforming the rest of the field lately. All right, whatever. Maybe some people got in on that. I don't know. All right, we covered the macro. Let's talk about gold, because gold is actually doing a version of the thing that we had all hoped it would do. So remember, I said, hey, gold's going to pretty much need until next year to start making new all-time highs. Pretty much going to still stand by that. Today is December 6th, and gold is it's still going to need probably some time before it beats that 4,400 level, which is about where it peaked out back in October. But this is a positive chart, right? It came down, set some lows, and then immediately started biasing towards the upper side of the standard deviation bands, right? And now it's just consolidating at that level. It's trying to set this area here as a nice support. It needs to make a new local high. Right now, it has been capped at about the 4250 level. Almost, 4265. It needs to make a clear break of that level. Let's just say it needs to get to 4300. And then hypothetically, I guess it could come, make a little pullback, set a floor, set a support, and then start going up to try and beat, to make new all-time highs. Or it could just go there straight away, right? I think that what's driving this chart is fundamental events. And we've said this has been said for years and years, by the gold bugs. It's been said for over a decade. It's like the market is fundamentally different. The dollar is going to die. Everyone's going to go into gold. The BRICS nations are forming the alternative currency, and everything is going to move that direction as the system completely changes, has a sea change in its fabric of existence. And gold will buy you a city block. A single gold coin will buy you a city block. Okay, we've heard that narrative since forever, and I've always been like, yeah, but when? Like, been sitting on some gold for a while, and lately it's done some good stuff for us. And I've been hesitant to embrace that narrative because that's always been the narrative. So it's like, why should that be different now? It does seem like in a very broad sense, fundamentally, things are changing in the world. There is actually a sea change happening, and that probably is propelling gold in a very fundamental sense to heights that go beyond statistical levels. This is a perfect example of when markets make fundamental decisions, and I'm obviously, a little bit of anthropomorphization there, but when markets move on fundamental bases, that can break statistical things. If those fundamentals have changed in a very profound way, that'll just break your statistics, right? Statistics work during steady state analysis. And obviously with the wave magic stuff, we go from short-term statistics all the way to very long-term statistics, right? So when we look at long-term stuff like the Bitcoin regression analysis, the boundaries there, you get reasonably good extrapolated power over short time frames, over, in that case, a couple years. And you get reasonably good strength on those signals when you get close to them. And then the shorter time frames, obviously, those are easy to break because they're not really like large, broadly established economic processes. But anyways, it does seem to me like there is some okay, the United States has pivoted basically in a lot of ways out of the Middle East. We kind of did a little play attack on Iran, and I guess Israel is basically genocided their neighbor, and that's pretty fucked up, obviously. But the United States is now focusing on fentanyl that doesn't come from Venezuela to get some oil, maybe. But Russia and China are like, no, we disrespect your no-fly zone. We're going to fly into Venezuela anyways. And overall, it just seems like, yeah, China has continued to buy, Russia's continued to buy. We hadn't seen Russia attack its neighbors in a long time, right? Russia just invaded Ukraine, and that's a new thing, right? Russia hasn't had the gumption to do such a thing for decades now. I guess Georgia kind of, but Georgia isn't Ukraine. Those are different things. And so gold actually started its movement up when Russia invaded Ukraine. So maybe that was itself a signal hey, there is a different fabric of geopolitics. Their assets were frozen. Russia has been forced in a lot of ways to convert to other assets, and that's what they've done. Supposedly they've kicked out the Rothschild central bankers from their country entirely. They're still doing fractional reserve because the wonderful magic of compound fractional reserve interest is enjoyed by all tyrants. So anyways, yeah, gold guys, this looks really nice. It does look to me like ultimately this chart is setting up to tag that 4,400 level and then maybe go higher. So at that point, my statistical levels will only work for us to make short-term trading decisions potentially, like we were able to say right here, hey, there's a bit of a stabilization that's going to happen before things go higher. But I won't be able to use long-term things to tell you where the peak out in gold might happen. And when things like this get rolling, they do overshoot. So gold probably will overshoot with some kind of blow off top at some point in the future here. I don't know where that'll be, but this is the point of diversification, right? If you've been holding gold and Monero and your other shitcoins, right? The shitcoins aren't so great. Bitcoin has been good. Monero has been great, and gold has been stellar, right? So holding all those things at once kind of makes you fat and happy just to sit there and say, all right, well, I don't know where things are going to go exactly, but my allocations are fine, right? So if gold continues performing, then good. And we can sometimes, throw leverage onto Bitcoin and then get liquidated and still be okay with with the world and with life, and not have to go to McDonald's begging for our job back. All right. So with that, guys, I don't think there's really anything else here of import to talk about. I think we've exhaustively covered all of the main themes. Hopefully, you're basically just sitting tight in gold and Monero. If you hold gold and Monero, God, you're fucking crushing it. You've just been crushing it. So, I think we have a Fed meeting coming up here. Let's see,
December
9th. Yeah, so next week, on Wednesday. I guess they'll lower rates. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe if the Supreme Court comes out with their decision, that'll affect what the Fed does. I haven't checked the odds and Polymarket on this one or whatever, but it doesn't really matter.
It's something like 80 or 90%
that they'll cut.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter, honestly. Like whether they cut or don't cut right here doesn't matter all that much. It just matters that they're like going to cut at some point in the next couple months.
Well, and don't forget, we've had that funding stress in the interbank liquidity markets, and so the Fed has been putting little bits of money into the system, basically QE by a different name, to help stabilize that out.
Yeah, they opened that window. They opened the discount window that closed, but I haven't been keeping up the ways in which that they continue printing money and then the euphemisms that they use for that activity. I used to have, I guess I don't want to try and find it. There's a very specific weekly report on the Fed, balance sheet. Maybe, let's just try it really quick. Balance sheet.
I'm a Degen trader now because I put some leverage on Monero.
You put some leverage on Monero. Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Privacy seasons really got you.
Yeah. I had a fiat bill come up and I didn't want to pay it. So I paid the fiat bill on my credit card so I could keep my Monero.
Oh, okay. I see what I got it. Yeah. No, that makes sense, I guess. I was going to say, like, how are you, sir? How are you taking leverage on something without having a secondary currency pair to compare against on the leverage trade, which requires you to state a fiat value of something? And this would be violation of core principles.
Yeah, that's how I did it. I had a bill come up in fiat, and I'm like, well, I could sell my Monero. I could sell like whatever Monero to get to pay for this fiat bill, but I don't really want to because I want to keep my Monero. So I paid the fiat bill with the credit card, and I was like, screw it.
That's very billionaire investor class type of thinking, though. You see, what they do to never pay taxes and to always run a massive debt is they do exactly like the United States government. They run up larger and larger debts. And how do they get away with it? Well, they have stocks. All of their value is in stocks. So they take a big loan from the banks on the basis of the value of those stocks. And that's at some minor, like a very low percent, right? Basically the Fed funds rate ish. And then their stocks go up 10, 15% a year. And then so every year, every few years, every so often, they can just say, hey, look, my stocks went up in value. Let me refinance this loan for an even bigger amount of loan, pay off the old one, and then get a bigger loan and again, backing it with my stocks. And if your debt is only going up 5%, but your stocks are going up 10 to 15%, well, that's a win. That's a win just for having money. It's like completely subsidized by the money printer. And there's no way to beat that. You literally can't beat that.
The debt gets easier to pay as fiat debases. And with me, I was a total degen and took 2% leverage on my Monero position. So if I get liquidated, I'm just 2% is just so horrible. If I get liquidated, I don't know what I'll do.
All right, we have a couple XMR chats here. Let's see. Let me know when they're on the screen and I'll read them. Let's see here. Let me go to the stream. Okay, so XMR chat. Schmoikel Sailor. I got it. Schmoikel Sailor tipped 0.00021 XMR 0.21 Monero. The reason BTUSD fell so much on the news is that people think MicroStrategy may eventually be forced to sell its BTC if Jamie Dimon and company continue to battle it like this. MicroStrategy's BTC holdings are huge, so the price would move a lot. Yeah, that is true. If MicroStrategy was forced to sell all of their stack, price is fucked, right? Probably going back to like, I don't know, 20,000 or something. But they're not, that won't happen, at least for many, many years. The worst thing at the moment that we could be looking at over the near-term horizon that could affect price would be this whole MSCI. Is MicroStrategy a fund or classified as a fund or not a fund, right? In the near term, that could cause like a few billion of outflows and then some secondary effects and other indexes that might want to do that too. Jamie Dimon and company. Oh, Jamie Dimon. I'm sorry. I mispronounced your your chat here, your XMR chat tip. Yeah, Jamie Dimon. I don't know what to think about this guy. Like, bros, he's been in on this shit for a long time. Like back in 2017, he was shit talking Bitcoin in the summer of 2017 as he was buying Bitcoin, and they slammed it up to 20K, and then they listed it on the December 17, 2017. They listed on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the CME, which was the absolute top. And then Jamie Dimon and company dumped their bags. And so he's been involved in this whole crypto, the big five bros, like price degeneracy, juicing, milking it for a long time. So yeah, he's definitely.
Do you think Jamie Dimon owns Monero?
I don't see why he would. Like, these billionaires, they don't need Monero. They own the system. The system's not going to go fuck them. Because they own the system. Well, you don't need Monero when you are the tyrant. Right?
Good point.
Let's see. And then we have another one. Let me check if it's up on the screen or not. Yeah, we got to go backwards one. We can't. It won't, his name won't show up on the thing. Anyways, I'll just read it, whatever. It doesn't seem to be on the screen, but I'll read it this way. It is ucker tipped 69.69 bar Millinero. He says body is the main reason I tune in. Right on, man. Salute. I'm glad that people are getting something out of this. So, all right. I don't think I see any other tips here. So, Doug, now would be the time to step in and carry the torch into the news. All right.
Here we go. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Did I remove everybody? What just happened here?
No, I removed my charts.
Okay. Awesome, man. So, I mean, overall, you think things are primed in terms of the macro to go up, right?
Yeah, everything looks good, man. We got green lights. At least we talk about macro. Obviously, the primary recipient is the stock market. So things do look primed. We just need some news event. They'll manufacture whatever they need. Probably it's going to be the Supreme Court's ruling on the Trump tariffs, probably striking them down. We'll see the macro pump. If again, Bitcoin needs a win here on that January 15th decision. That'll send Bitcoin higher, probably to new all-time highs. It'll probably be vertical. Monero, Zcash will hit new all-time highs, and Monero will just keep doing its thing.
Awesome. I'm excited. Should the timing should be pretty well, right? With Monerotopia.
Yeah, actually, that would be nice. Maybe we could reasonably be at all-time highs and farther by the time Monerotopia comes along.
Awesome. All right, man. Can you stick around a little bit? I actually do want to get your input on some of the bigger news items. I just have a few. I'm going to run through it quickly. We don't have Tony today, but the topic I think everybody would be most interested in covering is this proposal to put a cap on Monero's block size.
Don't forget to run the segment.
Yeah, I'll run the segment.
I'll stick around.
Yeah, not eliminating dynamic blocks, but putting a cap. I don't know, Bawdy, have you been following that?
I couldn't say that I've been following it in at the granularity of listening to the dev chats.
Right. Let me go ahead and run the news, and yeah, if you want to chime in on that topic, and then we could get people up on stage. If there's anybody out there that wants to jump on stage today, we could talk about that topic and obviously whatever else anybody wants to bring up. All right. Let me go ahead and run the news.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Yeah, I just have a few news items today. Just in, I don't know how accurate this is. I just saw this tweet pop up the other day. Poland's president vetoes the MiCA bill, citing freedom concerns around crypto regulations. So yeah, I don't really know how true that is, but obviously that would be good news if this MiCA bill is going to be vetoed. It's going to have implications on privacy coins, the ability of exchanges to list privacy coins. Obviously, they've mostly been already delisted in Europe, but MiCA was not a good thing for us. But yeah, Poland holding it down. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if anybody. Sorry, I don't have deeper information on that, but I thought that was interesting. Next story. This is the one that I really wanted to get into. So there's been a proposal to cap Monero's block size at 32 megabytes. Actually, I think that's old news already. Now I think they're talking about something like 90 megabytes. So we could get into this. It was brought up in a Monero research lab meeting. I think this is something that's been discussed for, actually, I think since they started testing full chain membership proofs and kind of the realization that there could be an issue with nodes being able to properly sync. So we could get into the reasoning, but there's been a lot of I've seen some FUD out there. People be like, oh my God, it's the block size wars all over again. They're trying to co-opt Monero and take over and put in a block size limit. No, I don't think that's the case. There seems to be consensus among like all the devs that this should just be a short-term thing that we should do as a safeguard until changes are made, and we wouldn't need to have that cap. So, well, we could get into that more, but let me just, I guess, continue on and wrap up the news because I don't have too many stories today. Next story is dangerous stuff. Over 20 million chat GPT conversations are now evidence. A judge just ordered OpenAI to hand them over in a lawsuit. If anything ever screamed, buy a GPU, run your own AI locally, protect your damn data, it's this right here. So yeah, I mean, anybody in the Monero community kind of old news, this realization. Me personally, yeah, I got to clean up my AI life before it gets out of hand. Not doing a good job there.
Are you at least using Nano GPT?
I've tried it out, but it hasn't become my default. I just need to.
I always use Nano GPT. I never use anything else.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the best thing to do, right? Because I mean it queries all any LLM you want essentially, right?
Yeah, I do want to put like a little bit of a warning out there. Most of us probably have a pretty clear stylism in the way that we write in a way that AI can recognize. So even if you're using a service like Nano GPT to sort of obfuscate that it's you, right? You're not giving them your credit card. They probably still have a pretty good feel for the stylisms. You put 2 spaces after the period and other bits of information that can give you a unique fingerprint. So just be aware of that. If you're asking something particularly sensitive, you might want to obfuscate your stylism on purpose. Yeah.
Well, I constantly talk to ChatGPT how to make sure I'm properly following the law, let it know that I'm doing my best to properly pay my taxes and whatnot, so it knows. And it gives me advice in that area. But yeah, be wary of what you talk to ChatGPT about for sure. Obviously, right? I think everybody is already aware of that. So we got this guy Eli Ben Sasson. He's one of the essentially founders of Zcash. He's also behind Starknet. He just had I thought this was interesting. He had a conversation with Michael Saylor, and they talked about obviously Zcash, Bitcoin. He said another topic we discussed was privacy. He thinks Bitcoin shouldn't have it, at least not Zcash style, because that'll allow nation states to shut it down. So I think it was kind of already old news that Michael Saylor doesn't see a need for privacy, right? I think he has that famous line: if you have a need for a Monero, then maybe you'll need a Monero, right? But interesting to see like top Zcash guys talking to Michael Saylor now. Once again, I see this all as good indications for privacy. So what I'm reading into this is obviously, I think what we already know, Bitcoin will not become a privacy coin. It's not going to implement privacy. Maybe they'll, continue to do things to improve it in a superficial way, but Bitcoin is not going to replace Monero anytime soon. So I think this is bullish for Monero. This realization that we need something like a Monero, and Bitcoin will never become that. next story. What do we got here? Oh, wait, I already brought that one up. Let's see. Doom. So Jeffro recently put forward a proposal to continue his work full-time on Monero development with focus on completing the Carrot and full-chain membership proof integrations into the Monero codebase and launching beta stressnet. This is actually, I think, a little bit old. This is from, we didn't do a show last week. I think this news item was supposed to be for that show. But obviously very exciting to see. I hope this proposal gets funded if it hasn't already. I haven't looked to see if it has. But obviously, Jeffro is, one of the guys that's putting in the hard work to actually get full chain membership proofs implemented and Carrot. Very exciting stuff. And he will be a speaker at Monerotopia. Super excited for that. Next story. Want to get the word out on this. This just came together among some Monero chads in New York. WebWipe and Monero Talk are hosting a Monero Holiday meetup at PubKey, along with Cake Wallet and others. I'm hoping Vic will be able to attend. He said he's definitely going to try. It's a matter of if he'll be in town at that moment. We actually had an event. WebWipe did one. I guess it was like 6 months ago now, or maybe even longer. It was in the summer. It was great. PubKey. It's a cool spot. Very strategically located in downtown area. Actually on the west side, near the NYU area. It's a really cool spot. Small little bar. It's kind of like a dive bar. I think everybody saw when Trump was at PubKey when he was running and he purchased a hamburger. And
Apparently,
didn't pay for it in Monero.
Apparently, they're opening a PubKey in DC as well.
Yes, I think that already happened. And Vic, Vic is involved in PubKey. I don't know how public he is about all that, but he's involved, which is a very good thing. So it's definitely a Bitcoin maxi place, but they allow the Monero guys to come hang out. We've done a meetup there before. We'll do another one now. We didn't do a really good job last time of getting the word out, so hoping now we are doing a good job. So guys, spread the word. This is happening. December 19th, right? So is that next week? Jeez, no. All right, 2 weeks. Basically 2 weeks from today. It's December 19th on a Friday evening, not Saturday. Friday night, 5 p.m. Just come on out. Make your way over there. If you're in the tri-state area, if you're within 3 hours or less, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you even want to put more effort. Come from wherever you are. Come out to New York. Come hang out with us. It's not going to be super formal. I think there will be like one or two talks that WebWipe will put together, and then we'll just be hanging out. All the
California Monero people, get out of your shithole of a state and go to New York for PubKey.
Come on out. And let's see. Next story is, what do we got here? Oh, hold on. That was the wrong link. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Pavel Luptak, who will be participating in Monerotopia as well. Very excited. He'll be down there. He just posted, now you can rent an apartment in Asunción with Monero. So I guess he just posted this on XMR Bazaar. Super cool. An apartment in Paraguay that is being rented out for Monero. A topic I have not covered, I think, since we didn't do a show last week. I just purchased a car on XMR Bazaar for Monero. Won't go into great detail now. We can make a show about it. I'll have Tony helped me with the purchase. The guy who's selling it, very, very, an awesome Monero dude. It seems like with XMR Bazaar, we have like two types of people. We have really awesome Monero people, which is the majority. And then obviously you have some scammers. But by and far, for the most part, all my experience on XMR Bazaar have been far better than any Craigslist experience I've had. I'll put it that way. Obviously, be careful. Do your research. Don't trust anybody. Make sure they have reviews, or if they're bonded. Use escrow if you need it. But yeah, I've had some amazing experiences, and yes, I did in fact buy a car. I own the title. I have possession of the car. Monero is transferred, purchased via XMR Bazaar.
I do have a question about that.
Yeah, sure.
From what I understand, mind you, my vision. So I've never actually purchased a car, but from what I understand, you have to give like the amount that you paid for the car for like insurance purposes, so that you can get you can pay your extortion and stuff like that. Did you have to
what you have to do here in New York, and it's probably, I would imagine, in most states, when you go to the DMV, you have to fill out a form where you declare what you paid for the car.
So my question is, did you declare it in Monero or did you declare it in fiat?
That's a good question. Well, I didn't declare it yet because I didn't take it to the DMV yet. I didn't get New York City plates yet. But I will probably declare the fiat price. Yeah.
Because I was wondering if that form specifically requires like the fiat price, or if it just says amount paid and you could put in like 0.05 or whatever.
10,000 bananas. No, I don't know. I'm not looking to throw up red flags either, right? Like, so I will do what I think is the legal correct thing to do when filling out that form. What a lot of people do when they're buying used cars, lots of times a car is a gift, right? Your friend gave you the car. Your parents gave you the car. In that case, you're not paying a tax, because you get taxed at that moment when you declare it. So the DMV actually taxes the buyer of the car. You have to pay it. You have to pay a tax on the value of what you're declaring. So yeah, people buy cars for cash all the time, and then they fill out that form and they put a number on that form and they declare it. So with Monero, you could do the same thing. It's like cash. There's no reason why you can't buy a used car with Monero and go through the proper process. Now, people are like, "Oh, well, that's stupid. Why are you buying a car with Monero? You have to declare it anyway." Well, no, there's still benefits. Just like if there's benefits with buying a used car with cash. If you don't know what those benefits, I don't know what to tell you. It should be pretty obvious what the benefits are. And Monero, really does work well for it. It was extremely easy, in a click of a button. Tony's there. He's just like FaceTiming me. He's like, I got the title in hand. He signed it. Okay, I'm going to hit send. Able to, in 30 seconds, the seller, is receiving the transactions. They could see it, popping up on their phone. Boom, amount paid, 12 Monero, whatever it is, sent, $5,000. Would have been a hell of a lot more difficult to do a wire transfer. Send them a check? Use PayPal? I don't even know. Is there a limit with PayPal? It's just crypto really, and Monero in particular, really does work well for payments. It's not like just putting on a show. I'm using this thing because I want to pump the price. It's actually really performs well as a tool for making, especially larger purchases, things that maybe don't need to be instantaneous, right? Because then you're not dealing with that issue at all. Although at the Monero marketplace in Mexico, it's worked out fine. But even for these type of transactions, it's like there's really no better way to transact. So yeah, that actually is the news for the week. I'll leave it at that. We could do viewers on stage, bring people up, and we could maybe talk about this hard cap that's being proposed. So let me go ahead and run the viewers on stage. See if anybody wants to come up. Bada beep, bada boop.
The Monerotopia Viewers on Stage segment is sponsored by XMR Bar. Play dice with Monero using a privacy-respecting and provably fair algorithm. go to xmr.bar. As always, verify and never trust.
Please gamble responsibly in accordance with the laws of your jurisdiction.
All right. Peace, love, happiness tipped 0.0001 XMR. It's always a joy when Douglas presents the news. Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm not as good, as effective as Tony, but faster. I do. I'm definitely faster. All right. So let's see. Anybody want to come on up? Let me put the invite link in the chat. Anybody wants to jump up? Now is the time. Bring it, come up. Tell us anything. Something you're working on in Monero, concern you have. Tell us that we're not number go up, maxis enough, whatever it may be. Bawdy, by the way, I did listen to that Spaces you had with Jake or Jack or whoever that guy. I thought it was interesting. I saw that that you guys continue to have some back and forth after as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said there. I don't want to. He seems to have thin skin. Here's a problem. If you want to have a real debate and discussion, you don't show up, had a few minutes of technical issues, and then peace out like after 50 minutes of talking, when we only just kind of like exchanged the first ideas. He didn't know what a steelman was, and I steelmanned his position, and I should have held his feet to the fire and been like, yo, I just steelmanned your position. Do it like in reverse. That's the point. So he didn't seem to understand that. He did seem to spend a lot of time kind of talking about his community and all the things that he's trying to build. And he had this like very, I don't know. I wasn't, bro, I'm not impressed. You pieced out right when we should have started having a nice back and forth on the actual logic of the thing. It doesn't actually like, and then I was like, you don't understand the history that we've been through and the attacks we've been through for the past 6 years. I was like, tell me about what you know about Monero the past 6 years. He said, well, I don't know. I described something, and then he's like, oh yeah, man, I've been researching the price attacks, or I've been researching that a lot. I'm like, have you now? Like, bro, you just don't have any, I don't trust you. And you're saying stuff like I didn't provide a response. Yes, I did. You might disagree, but don't lie and say that I didn't respond.
Yeah, that was annoying. I had to chime in on that because I was like, let me go listen to this. And, not super interested in the topic, to be honest. Obviously interested. I already know the topic pretty well, right? And I think you and I kind of stand in had the same viewpoint there. But yeah, you answered the question. He didn't like the answer. That's one thing, but you definitely gave him answers. If he ever wants to jump up on the show, yeah, we could have him on. Obviously, anybody can jump up during viewers on stage, so he's more than welcome to jump up, talk about it. It's just not that interesting of a topic. It's not that deep, right? Like, all right, number go up. We get it. Like, yes, it will help if somebody's out there getting a bunch of people to pump the price. If he wants to be that person doing that, leading that charge, go do it. But I mean, saying every other tweet, it's going to 10,000, it's going to that, like, that's not that deep. It's not that interesting. Yeah, go ahead, continue on that. I think it's, more interesting to talk about why Monero is a good investment beyond just the fact that it could go to $10,000, $1,000, right? Like that's where you really need to focus on. And that gets to Bawdy's point. I don't want to speak for you, or at least my point, which is focus on the utility, right? Focus on how Monero is winning and what makes it interesting and why people should want to grab a bag of it. Because it functions as digital cash. It's the most used crypto for that purpose. Get more people to use it. The more people that use it, the more number will effectively go up. And the meme I've been trying to put out too is more this idea that Monero is a great hedge. It's a great hedge to any other crypto. And obviously, Bud, I think you've been saying that quite a bit too. But it's, and not even just from a standpoint of, all right, during a bear market, it'll probably hold the price better. So it's a hedge in that respect. But I think just long term, it is the one crypto that stands to be resistant to being co-opted. And that makes it a great hedge to any other crypto because it's fulfilling that value proposition better than any other crypto. And so you might be a Bitcoiner, be like, all right, well, you might want to hold a little Monero because this project probably won't be co-opted, and that's going to have value in the future. You're into the whole privacy thing and, digital cash. Whoever figures out digital cash, that's going to be 10% of Bitcoin's value, right? This is what the Zcashers are saying. And obviously, I kind of do agree with that overall, like that whether it's Monero or Zcash or some combination of, I could see long-term it being 5%, 10% of Bitcoin's value, no problem. But realize, if you believe in that and that's what you're betting on, then you're an idiot if you don't hold the bag of Monero, right? Like, sure, you could think that Zcash is for some reason we'll get there, we'll do better at it. Maybe that's like ultimately your thesis, but you're an idiot if you don't also hold Monero, given that Monero is the current leader and most likely will continue to be. So yeah, I think those are the things we need to focus on. Not just keep saying it's going to go up in price. It's going to go up in price. If you all buy it, it'll go up in price. Yeah.
Again, a lot of these people just want fiat gains. They don't care about the digital cash. They don't care about the freedom. All they care about is seeing their fiat bank account number go up. And that's completely opposite from what we as the real Monero community want to see. I want to see my Monero wallet balance increase every single month or every single day or whatever, because if I have more Monero on December 31st than I had on December 1st, that makes me happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's just kind of just like this. He represents this community of people that think, anybody who's not talking about it in terms of fiat and price is like trying to suppress the price, and that's just not true. Like, we're totally fine with the price going up. We want to see the price go up just as much as anybody else, but we're not focused on that. It's like if you're playing a game and like you just had one guy on the team who's like, we got to win. Like, yeah, we know we got to win. We're all trying to win. Now, so what's the next play you want to do? What's how are we going to win? We don't win by just saying we got to win. Like, we know we got to win. We all understand that part, and we're all going to be happy when we do win. But we got to talk about how we get there. We got to talk about the utility. We got to get more people to use it. That is the how we win.
Oh, see, I'm actively trying to suppress the price because Monero is currently 23% overvalued according to the 6-month moving average, and it should be the 6-month moving average instead, which would be a good steady state. So, yes, I am actively trying to suppress Monero's price. So go sell your Monero.
I know there are those who take that approach, that like really think the stability of Monero matters much more. I'm not there yet. I don't think we have to worry. I don't think we have to worry about that, right? The price isn't 10xing overnight. So yeah. So if all of a sudden we went to $2,000, I don't know. You think that's a problem that will hurt the project?
If it goes up and then comes down very quickly, yes. If Monero did what Zcash just did within the past month, that would be harmful.
Yeah, if it completely round trips, but it I don't know. I don't think it's a problem we have to worry about as much as other cryptos. I don't know. I want to see the price go up for sure.
Oh, I absolutely want to see the price go up, but I want to see the price go up in a steady state manner. Because if you walk into Aldi, right, you don't expect that by the time you get from you pick up a box of pasta and you go to the counter to pay for that box of pasta, and that box of pasta has changed price. That's not okay. And that's what Monero does when you value it in fiat, because these exchange traders are messing with the price. By using, say, the 6-month simple moving average, I am guaranteeing that when I say on December 1st that I think Monero is worth this, I will honor that commitment until April 1st of 2026. And that will be the price. And on April 1st of 2026, I will update that price. And from April 1st, 2026 until August 1st, 2026, I will honor this price. Guaranteed.
No, I get it. But, Monero you're always gonna have speculators, right? And so what are you saying? Like, we try to do things to sabotage speculators and make it so you can't speculate on Monero? I mean, there's nothing you can do there.
I'm saying don't treat Monero on a day-to-day basis as a forex. So I don't care about what the dollar euro, like when I go to Aldi and I pick up a loaf of bread, I don't care what the dollar euro price is, because I'm not paying euros in my Aldi. I'm paying dollars. So I care what the dollar price of the bread is. What it does with other currencies doesn't matter to me. And that's the same way I treat Monero. If I go pick up some AA batteries and they cost me 0.005 Monero, that's what I want to know. I don't want.
I know. I get that. But like, so if the price, let's say, privacy season really does happen here, Monero starts to go up, right? And if like 10x's, it goes to 2K this bull market.
Then the simple moving average will also.
And then it comes back down and settles at, 500 with like a $500 floor, right? Or something. So like, are you saying overall that would have been a bad thing and we should do things now to prevent that from happening? I would say no. Like, let it happen. And honestly, there's nothing we can do anyway. But I mean, are you saying like actively try to suppress the price? I mean, I don't know. I obviously disagree with that.
When you I'll get you in just a second here, I2P. I think not I2P. Whatever. I know who you are. Just a second. When you price goods and services directly in Monero, what you're doing is you're putting in a floor price, and you're saying, this is what I believe Monero is worth, and I will honor that commitment for this amount of time. So you're putting in a floor. I won't allow myself to break this commitment. Go ahead. I can't remember your name, but I know who you are. Go ahead.
Hello.
What's up, man? Long time.
Long time no speak, since last year. Congratulations on your second daughter.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah, she just turned 1 year, right?
Yes, she did. Well, almost.
Yeah.
Soon.
I was wondering why last weekend there was no show, right? So I was guessing that's why.
No, it wasn't. No, that was just a Thanksgiving thing. But she is. It's coming up. Her birthday's coming up very soon. Yeah, and she's. Oh my God, the year went by so fast. And guys, make babies if you can. Make babies if you can.
I didn't get here after the last Monerotopia because I was trying to understand FCMP++, and well, I actually have here a .dia file that shows the diagram of the control flow of the Rust code of Luke Parker, and it's so much. And yeah, I think that once Alaskanon asked me, I say all these beautiful things about Monero, but do I actually use it? And I think there are 3 use cases for Monero. You can mine it, you can transact in it, and then you can study it. And of course, you can also talk about it. So that's the 4th one. And I think there is a huge opportunity with AI now to make all these books of Zero to Monero, the new version that will be coming out, I hope, once, because all these tools, they allow us to write chapters really fast, I guess, and explaining FCMP to the noob, it's not that impossible. Like, you can explain any type of math to a noob, and that's a thing that fascinates me. And yeah, that was my rant.
So how are you feeling about full chain membership proofs? Have you been following the development closely?
No, because I was looking at the code and trying to understand divisors, and then there are function fields and rational functions, and then there are 3 new elliptic curves like the Helios and the Selene, and the ED25519 is going to be like towering, and it's really complicated. Like I could share the screen and just like show in a diagram, like how complex it is. So I don't really have an opinion upon that. I wrote after that cubic thing, like an issue, and thanks Bawdy for letting that issue be there about honest mining. I did that, and yeah, so about FCMP not so much, but it's called honest block signed subtemplates. And I am convinced, because the time that I was discussing and arguing with Kayaba Nerve here, I was alluded that the thing of Elias would be 51% attack resilience, and that was all hogwash. Like, but the other idea I wrote down, we'll probably be able to do that, like because we have the DNS block lists and stuff like that. One thing that is not talked about is the privacy of block propagation. We have like 3 main pools that mine all the blocks, or 4, and whoever propagates that block, like, it's not known who it is. And you could say, but propagating a block over Tor is like maintaining the privacy and all that. But I don't think that's that important. And there are lots of improvements that could be done on a networking layer for Monero, as far as I see it. But I can always also be very wrong for the right reasons, yes.
Speaking of Monero on a networking layer, has any thought been put into the idea of possibly running Monero on Reticulum? I mean, I don't know if it's possible. I think it would be, but maybe that might be an option as well, as running Monero over the Reticulum RNS network. That's just for the community in general. That's
I know nothing about that. Yeah,
that's not specifically for you, slave blockers.
Just another quick rant is that the other day there was Simplex online and talking about the issues and all that. Like, I improved the Voider bunker phone twice. I wrote it in libp2p, which is really hassle, and I improved it without AI like this year. And it's much more stable. I put the code from Python to Bash, and it's like two parties want to telephone each other. They exchange out of band the keys, and then they anchor themselves on the identificator of .onion, and then they exchange the ports over SFTP, and then they synchronize on UTC, such that they know that within 1 minute they're going to start punching the connection between themselves over the router. And I've studied this. Like, I have a website as well. Like, I don't want to chill, but I find it incredible how like, we always rely on ICE, turn, and stun for direct. Like, there needs always to be a third-party server that, in the worst case, where you are behind, you are in a hotel, right, and you don't know what firewall they're using. So my method does not work because like, you cannot connect two routers that way. And I find it amazing. Like, we need IEEE and the other like ETF and like RFCs to the power. There should be a protocol where people exchange the port numbers and the IP addresses of their routers out of band, and then the routers allow that port connection to work. Like, because if not, we are either failing or making the stream go over a third-party server. So yeah, because Simplex was arguing something about vouchers, and I didn't really get that. Yeah, and I just find it amazing that there is no proper peer-to-peer communication over the ports. Yes.
Well, see, that's actually what Reticulum specifically is super good at. Tor and Reticulum have a lot in common in that way. So Tor is obviously a layer above TCP that allows, punching through the firewalls and stuff like that via the .onions. And Reticulum does very, very similar things. It's a globally routable protocol so that every application instead of your network card having an IP address, basically your application, whatever you're using, has its own address. So you're not addressing John Doe's computer. You're addressing John Doe's SFTP server directly, instead of the card for his computer and then his computer having to translate it.
See, I don't know what you meant last show or the show before, that something about IPv6 and link layer, something that the communication works over that, something related to that, what you said about Reticulum. Do you remember what I'm saying?
Yes. So Reticulum specifically can work over TCP/IP. It can, you can use it over TCP/IP just like you can Tor. And so you could have a network, an IPv6 network with no connection to the wider internet, and you could run Reticulum devices over just an Ethernet cable. So you could take an Ethernet cable, plug it into one computer, and then plug it into another computer. And since they have a physical connection, they would establish link local IPv6 addresses with each other. And then you could run Reticulum between those two computers with no internet connection whatsoever. You can also run Reticulum over LORA, over the 800 megahertz or 900 megahertz band without IP at all.
I always get this OCD of clicking on muting myself, sorry. But I didn't get that. I have to look into that. The thing is that for my phone system to work, it properly needs to be IP to IP and go over the ClearNet. So I don't really get how that should work.
Guys, I just want to play. During the news, I brought up Pavel's listing or tweet where he mentions that now you can rent an apartment in Paraguay. I didn't realize. So the video, it says, so let's watch this video real quick.
Con Monero. Les mandamos.
Nueva temporada ya empezó, dale play. Sonido de abajo, bizarra, suena el bass. Código 787, alias el calentón.
Hola, soy Ivana, soy abogada. Los saludamos de Cape Paddle y Barreta, Argentina. Quiero comentarles que tengo listado en Exmer Bazar un departamento en Asunción, en el nuevo centro corporativo de Paraguay, y que lo pueden alquilar por día y pagarlo con Monero. Les mandamos un saludo desde Cape Paddle.
Now we're talking. That's good.
This is great. So yeah, very cool. So it's actually that girl is the one that listed on XMR Bazaar. I guess she has an apartment in Paraguay. Very cool. And they're playing at the paddle court that they built in Monero.Town, where they accept Monero. I feel like I didn't give that. I feel like I didn't give that story enough credit. That's pretty amazing. That this woman from
Doug,
in Iberete has an apartment in Paraguay and she's putting it up on XMR Bazaar. I mean, it's just amazing. Amazing to say.
Amazing. Doug, another reason why I wanted to come up is, well, I got a job as an IT guy yesterday, so that's kind of a dream come true. And yeah, I'm still in my 30s. And so the thing is that XMR Bazaar, the version that works after Open Bazaar, like if it's like the thing of Neo, like no one jumps the first time. So XMR Bazaar you could consider as the first, and that's great. My thing is that I am working now at the 3PL for storage and shipping, and I think that would be a natural addition to XMR Bazaar to put like all open source, of course, from my side, from where I could help, because I will have to. I'm doing sort of stuff there, and with shipping and storage. What do you think about that idea? Like, if some, let's say, shortwave surfer has like, I don't know, like products to store and ship, and there is a warehouse nearby, and he needs that facility to sell his products. Is there something like that already in XMR Bazaar?
Oh, so you like basically the equivalent of fulfilled by Amazon, where you can pay for storage space in a warehouse to ship, and that warehouse would ship out your products, but you could do it in Monero.
Yeah. It's
that would be
fulfillment by another warehouse instead of being by Amazon.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, I mean that's amazing. That's kind of what I was talking about at the outset of the show when I said I drove by Amazon, one of their centers, and I was thinking about like what would the XMR Bazaar version of that be, right? So
yeah, but the thing is that it's not a version, and like I got blown away. I was a prompter like 2 weeks ago, like forget it, like VS Code with Codex and 5.1 GPT. Like this is a dream come true. Like I never worked in programming professionally, and the first time I worked there, it's like being a prompter. It's like a paradigm shift. Now programmers are like going to, I don't know, meditation room, and then they come back and they do 3 questions and they work more per 3 minutes than in a whole month. So like it's a goal for me to figure out how to implement that within XMR Bazaar. And there's like a framework for that. It's called Laravel in PHP 8.3 at least.
Or something. Yeah.
And yeah, it's not rocket science by this time.
But how are you? Yeah. So what do you think? How are you thinking to implement it? You're saying
that's it. I haven't really.
Okay. I mean,
like,
sounds interesting. I'm just not fully understanding. So what is the opportunity at hand here? Like how can we take advantage of this?
So the thing I'm thinking about is like you click on the website, you have 1,000 I don't know, toothbrushes to sell, and then you choose a warehouse, and there is a nuance there because JTL, which is a system that works with warehouses and stuff, like makes a list of all the warehouses, and then there is direct competition where it cannot be that easy, to switch your products from one warehouse to another. Competition is good to some degree, and to another, because when you have a service for a customer where you're being like really supportive of him, and perhaps like his products are electronics, and you have to take care of the customer, and there's like master product lists and price lists and all that. Like that's why there should be a geographic location of the warehouse for the customer that goes into XMR Bazaar. We are talking about customers that are sellers. So he would choose the warehouse as a seller, and yeah, that where I haven't vibe coded myself into it more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't see why you couldn't just pay for that service directly in Monero. So I have 1,000 toothbrushes that I want to ship out or whatever. So I would pay this warehouse, I don't know, 15 Monero, and I would ship them my 1,000 toothbrushes. And then when somebody ordered my toothbrush, it would ship from that warehouse. I don't see why you couldn't just do that.
Yeah, basically looking to get like one of these drop shipping companies to accept Monero.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, to which extent should that be like usable within XMR Bazaar, or does it like when you click on it, will you land on another page or something like that? I'm not sure, and I just wanted to hear your opinion.
Yeah, I got to think about it more. How that can. I was thinking. I mean, kind of related, not really. Kind of related more to the Monero ATM machine we've been talking about in the past. Like those Amazon lockers.
Yeah.
Like, how about XMR Bazaar version of those, right? So,
but that's the thing. You want to avoid the conflict with legality and formalities, because the company in Germany, and thanks for all the people that got me busted on torrenting. It wasn't me, and I wasn't torrenting for 15 years, and I don't have terabytes of torrents available. Just as a side note, semicolon, new sentence. What was I saying? Sorry.
I don't know, man. You're all you're high. It's hard to keep up. Yeah, I was thinking with the lockers, right? So imagine XMR Bazaar version of those. Where
Yes, the
buyers,
legality of the situation.
A seller
wanna-
can hold up.
Yeah.
A seller can use those lockers. Let's say whatever if they're selling things locally, and it can become like a transfer. A locker is just used from passing on from the seller to the buyer, right? And so it almost becomes like an escrow for the products that are being sold. Obviously, there have to be, you have to clearly state, you can't use this for cash, right? For putting cash in the locker. But as like XMR Bazaar, it's only for legal goods and services. But, would there be some use case there if people had this Monero-based locker exchange that they could use for exchanging goods? Just a thought.
Well, the thing is that you want to avoid the legality and the bureaucratics of the whole thing as much as possible and make it happen as much as possible in the parallel. Like what I'm saying is after everyone is already storing and shipping and paying for Monero anyway, then later it will just be and now there are also lockers with Monero payments. There are here in the next supermarket. There is this Amazon lockers, and it's quite used.
Yes.
And
that's exactly.
But having that directly in Monero, that's one step ahead, too far. Before you just
too far.
Need to have a adoption that makes that thing pop up not so surprising,
Yeah. We did get a tip here. Libertar tip 0.001 XMR. Agree with shortwave. Reticulum looks pretty based. I've been wanting to find some time to work towards a Monero integration. Probably trivial for someone smarter than myself. Would be happy to find other people interested in working on it. So other people are interested in that idea as well.
By the way, I got a message from Alaska, and so the reason he is not here is because they are experiencing 80-mile-an-hour winds and power outages. So
yeah, I was missing him. Yeah.
He said he missed us, and so I told him we miss him too because we do.
Yes.
So hopefully he should be back next week.
Right, yes. Okay. Please survive there in Alaska.
Yeah, stay safe, Alaska.
I do see we have some other people that jumped up here. Goth, Nihilist, or maybe he just jumped off the stage. If you guys want to chime in, we have Bronero.
What's up, everyone?
How's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, so anybody, just to kind of do you guys want to talk briefly about the topic of this proposed cap? Does anybody have any good insight into that?
I don't.
Dispel the FUD?
I haven't been paying any attention, honestly.
Well, I wish I was a pro at cryptography, but no, I'm not. So I can't.
I'll try to have Arctic Mind maybe next week. Obviously, we try to get everybody that's participating in Monerotopia on the show anyway, in the conference. So maybe next week I'll have him on, and he could give us his take. I mean, my understanding is that the devs are pretty much on board with it. It's not some controversial thing. It's just everybody agrees that it's a safety measure that needs to be taken. Because it just really opens up to some kind of easy attack vector. But the FUD is that it's going to become some permanent cap. The cap is pretty large. It could handle 5x growth or something, or even more. So I don't know.
I was just on IRC reading something about ironically, because I haven't been there for 4 months. But to that topic, after 1 year, just one line I wrote, after 1 year, the blocks would be 1 gigabyte or what. That's Monero is at almost 500 euros, and it will be to 1,000. And there are so not so many pools. And the holders of Monero, there's this story where, once China tried to invade the Tibet, and there were 150 Tibetans that self-immolated themselves. So I don't see that at all as a problem,
Yeah. Are you aware of the cap that they're proposing?
Well, no, but there is
The dynamic
well
block
that
cap?
there are calculations according to Arctic Mine on the growth constraints that the block size can have, and I'm sure the calculations are correct. And if the blocks get too big too fast because of FCMP plus, then I'm sure the devs are handling it.
Yeah, I know Offrin is on top of it. If he's out there, he can jump on and talk about it. Like I said, I'll try to do a show maybe next week with Arctic, and we can get to the bottom of it. But I don't think there's any like concern. It's just devs coming to consensus on the need for this, and all agreeing that it would just be temporary. So, yeah.
Well, and it would be a good problem, like the amount of transactions at 25K. I don't think that's going to imply 32 megabyte block sizes, right?
Exactly.
So it's a good problem to have overall.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You know, the fear mongering is that it's like, it's like the Bitcoin block size wars, and somebody's trying to sneak in a block size cap.
I have trust in our dev team. They seem to really know what they're doing, and so if they say something's for the best, unless I really have reason to doubt it, I'm going to go with it, just because I know a hell of a lot less than they do, and I do have trust that they know what they're doing. They've managed to shepherd the project through 10 years of actively being attacked and delisted and all this other stuff that's happened, and they've just done it over and over and over again, proven just how committed they are to the project. So I don't see any reason to doubt them.
Same here. All right, guy. Anything anybody wants to bring up here? Niels, do you have anything you want to announce?
Announce not yet, but I've been working on a new .NET. So that's something I'm very excited about. And thing is, I have been looking into some leaked Tor files, and it undermined my trust in the Tor project quite a bit actually. And I've been looking at how I could basically make the perfect darknet, so to speak. And lots of back and forth in my community, like for a few weeks already. And I think we will keep brainstorming it for like maybe 1 or 2 more months at least. And then we'll probably announce that we're going for the Nowhere network.
I was wondering if what you think of Reticulum, because it seems basically like a darknet as well, just because of the fact that everything is end-to-end encrypted and there's no way of sending unencrypted data over the network.
I mean, thing is, I look at it from an adoption perspective. I prefer to work personally on a darknet that goes over the IP layer already, rather than getting everyone to buy a device to have access to the network. See what I mean?
Oh, you don't have to have a separate device to access Reticulum. You can do it on your computer right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then that's good actually.
You can have a separate device, but you don't have to.
Okay. Yeah. It reminds me a bit of the mesh network. What was it called again? Meshtastic. This is something that has been brought up a lot in my community. Thing is, I don't really know how to implement it in the OPSEC Bible. Getting everyone to buy a device, okay, great, but how do you ensure that everyone in the city has a device? Yeah, unlikely, But yeah, if Reticulum can be used from your computer, from your internet connection already, that's great. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Yes, it can.
And the network I would like to build, ideally, would be written in Rust. Would basically the motto would be anonymity at all costs, and later on we improve the usability of the network. And we've had quite a lot of ideas already, like decoy destinations, end-to-end encryption, rendezvous points, so lots of brainstorming. Like we want to be an improvement over Tor, an improvement over I2P even. Like we'll see how that goes, and hopefully it won't be too big of a mountain of work. But I'm stoked about it. Yeah, very stoked about it.
You said, Nihilist, on the, if you can hear me at least, on the Mastadon that everyone needs a device, but that's not true, because you can operate it like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth channel, so not everyone in the city has to need it, but it would be like an open Wi-Fi network for everyone then. And that
Isn't
can give
it the
some...
logic behind this project to operate without the internet? Because that's the reasoning I have. Like,
yes, and I'm not technical enough to understand every aspect of all the things, but I mean the way you have a router at your home with Wi-Fi, and you can connect to it with your smartphone or laptop or every other internet device. It's with, if I'm at my neighbor's, if it's close enough by, I still connect it to my home network. And I mean it like that. You don't need to have everyone a Mastadon device, only located smartly around the city, so everyone can connect to one. Just not everyone, and especially in denser populated areas, it's less of a problem if you don't have one.
You can only connect one device at a time to a given Mastadon node, so I don't know if that's technically true.
You can only put one PC on one Ethernet port, but you can add a switch to it, and then you can connect more devices. And it's I say I'm technical enough for Mastadon or any of that thing, but maybe not now, but in the future it will get easier like that. Like it is more a Wi-Fi device where you connect multiple devices to it for your messenger or your wife or children or
that's
friend.
that's Reticulum. What you're describing is Reticulum, because with Reticulum, what you do is you connect your LoRa device to a PC, and then anybody that's connected to the same network as that PC can also use that same LoRa device to bridge between to bridge networks.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but I mean, eventually, if Mastadon becomes more popular to a decentralized network for messaging or so, probably it will get added in some form of hardware that you can do that with your laptop and your cell phone or something. And it's like with Monero, not everything is here right now, like the full chain, full membership proof, but things will get added. I first had internet at my house where it wasn't fiber optic, and now I have fiber optic, and it is way faster. But if I'm too far from my Wi-Fi router, I still don't have Wi-Fi, so I need to add a bridge or something, or what do you call them in English? A repeater to the network to be farther away to connect to it. And I mean more in the sense like that kind of hardware or solutions will come in the future, that you can connect via multiple layers to something. And what I said, I'm not technical enough. I'm just a small town guy that's mostly outdoors. So a lot of time I'm already off grid, and people complain about it, that I'm not get messages or don't respond that fast to things. And I mean, some of those things are hard because of the problems I already have with the normal internet network. And I mean, Mestastic or the other one you called, they need to overcome all the same things as the normal internet. And on top of that, most people still believe that the normal internet benefits them. They can use it and all that kind of thing. But the moment I want to download something via torrent, my provider blocks it because it's not allowed. Yes, it's allowed. I can just torrent a Linux distro, but I cannot use a torrent site for movies or so because it's illegal. And
that's why
most people, yeah, but most people, the most people I know say, yeah, but I have Netflix, so it's fine. Yeah, and what if the movie is not on it? What then?
No, there's the subtle difference. It's fine, and that says it all, right? If
I know.
Bytes if you're passing bytes from one side to the other, how is that punishable? Like I don't get it, but it's fine. Yeah, great.
So
yeah, I get the fact that people want to protect the income of the movie makers and everyone involved in the movie, so you need to buy it or rent it like Netflix is. But the problem is, it is very simple for me. If it's not on Netflix and I can download it, I don't watch it. So they don't make any money at all. And if I can download it, I'm not gonna buy a movie because I'm almost never at home. So the argument they need to make money and it's a problem for them, it's not true for the simple fact that a lot of people don't watch or use the service if they need to pay for it. And if they don't use it because they need to pay for it, like Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever there is, or you need to buy the physical media, then you don't have losses because the people do not use it in the first place. But what you say, it's fine. Yeah, I was a few weeks ago on Netflix, and I don't know which movie it was anymore, but I want to watch it, and I only saw that the later parts were on Netflix and not the first part. So I was looking for a way to watch the first part, and most people say it's fine. But what if you want the whole trilogy or the, like Harry Potter is 7 pieces, I believe. What if only 4, 5, and 6 is on it, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 is not on it? What you gonna do then?
Well, for me personally, I like horror movies. For example, Hereditary and Speak No Evil or Red Rooms from 2023. There is a great movie festival called Motel X, onde o terror está em casa in Lisbon, and like you get the catalog of their website of the horror movies on that festival, and you cannot like just buy it or see it because it's like, I don't know, indie alternative from Kansas or something, and it's a great movie and it's going to be a blockbuster in 1 year or something, but no one has ever talked about it yet, you know.
Got a question for you guys. When you're using a darknet like Tor or I2P, what is the main feature that you think is missing?
Speed.
Because speed, bandwidth.
Speed and a search engine.
Like
engine, yeah.
I could deal without the search engine. It would be helpful, but the speed is the big thing. When it takes me 20 seconds to generate, like to do the RPC calls back and forth to my Monero node to make to build a transaction, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One feature
I would say quality of service. Like like for me, I need no interruptions, like low bandwidth, but definitely the quality of service that no packet goes into like failing, you know.
Yeah, because right now what I have brainstormed so far on the Noah Network project, For instance, the bandwidth wise, I tend to make basically clients solve a POW, like a random exchange, to be able to send like let's say 1 gigabyte of traffic to nodes basically through the network. So that's like something I intend to make a reality, like allocating bandwidth based on like real clients, and that way you make DDoS across the network, like taking unnecessary bandwidth over the network. Like the goal is to make it like costly to make on the CPU directly. And ensuring usability on the whole network. What was there also? There was also, the network that I intend to build will try to protect as much as possible from Sybil attacks. Let's say you have a state adversary that tries to run as many nodes as possible to, take over the network and de-anonymize everyone. And the idea is to have a network that, and with a protocol especially, that makes it as hard as possible to conduct these attacks, basically. Almost impossible, but yeah.
My question to you is, will this protocol be able to run over anything other than TCP/IP? Because right now the biggest choke point is we're going to have digital IDs in a few years, and you're going to be required to give your digital ID to sign up for an internet service provider. Right now I have to pay monthly a service fee to my ISP, and they can say, no bueno, we're cutting you off, and there's not fuck all you can do about it. And so right now, if they did that, I would have to go to McDonald's and use their Wi-Fi to get on the internet. So is there going to be a way to run this protocol without TCP/IP?
That would be a next, like after the protocol is created and the network is up and running, that would be a priority for after that, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I would say, Nihilist, would be that the rendezvous points, like if you have like that's also in the honest walk sign subtemplates. If you have I connect to, let's say, 8 other peers, right? And I have their identifying public key that signs whatever they're sending to me. So these public keys should be listed in a central or decentralized way, but not relying on rendezvous points, because you can exchange information as it is out of band per email or however, but already over Tor. So that work you don't need to do. And then you have to try to punch it directly. Because, for example, you have rendezvous points and how they're called, circuits, relay circuits on libp2p. And that's like so complex, and I don't know if I'm like too noobish or what, but I assume that it's not possible to make a huge bandwidth requirements, and they're really unreliable, these relay circuits, So direct peer-to-peer communication is paramount, but there seems to be a ghost hand that goes and 1024 ports protocols that don't allow you to do this. Yeah, again.
Yeah, on that note, we intend to be like I2P, like every client will be a node. And so there will be hole punching, UDP hole punching with libp2p, I think. So that's already planned, yeah. Because we want to lower as much as possible the barrier of entry to run a node, basically. It should be as easy as clicking, okay, start. And then you've got it running. Like. And rendezvous points, I think this feature is unavoidable. Why? Because the client can also be the adversary. And if the client can know the IP of the hidden service, no bueno, right? You just de-anonymize the server. So you need that rendezvous point at some, one way or another. You need a node, like beyond which you cannot see,
I'm not going to obviously discourage you from building this because it sounds cool, but I think you should seriously seriously take a look at Reticulum, because it's been in development for 8 years already, and it does work. And I think it does most, if not all, of what you're talking about.
Does it provide anonymity?
Yes.
Like, to what extent? Like, you can run a website with a hidden service?
Yes. So, as I said, what happens is each application gets its own unique identifier with public-private key cryptography. There is no way of sending unencrypted data over the network at all, and routes. It handles routes in an interesting way. It's a bit over my head as far as the technical details, but seriously look into Reticulum, because I think it does pretty much all of what you're trying to do.
What you mentioned just now, like end-to-end encryption, okay, we tend to have that as well. But the main goal of the network I tend to build is anonymity at all costs, basically. Making it literally almost impossible, or ideally impossible, for an adversary to, like, who controls like 99% of the network, let's say, they cannot de-anonymize like anyone in it. That's the main goal I want to have.
And I believe Reticulum can do this. To the best of my understanding, Reticulum can do this.
Yeah, thing is, my point of comparison for now are the Tor and I2P specifically. And what I see a lot of missing stuff, like the clients need to be able to choose the paths where they connect, like not the nodes themselves. No, the client needs to choose where they connect. Bandwidth must be allocated, and with a random X challenge, for example. The clients must be able to pick decoy destinations. Like when you connect to a node, let's say, and you ask it to transfer, like to route packets in a different direction, that node should send it not just to one direction, but to other decoy destinations as well. That way they don't even know where it's supposed to go themselves, but only the destination knows. So that's one of the features I want to see. And I can go on and on like this. Like we have so many ideas.
So in Reticulum, routers are stupid devices. They know nothing about any. They don't even know how to route packets to the destinations unless the destination specifically makes an announcement. The destination application makes an announcement. So again, it's really freaking technical. It's a bit above my pay grade, but seriously, take a look at it. I think it does most of what you're trying to do.
Yeah, the main use case I have is you are like, let's say you have a website you want to host and make it available for other people, but you don't want to de-anonymize yourself doing it as a server operator. And that goes for like the example I was given before, like torrenting, like you own a torrent website and you don't want to be de-anonymized doing so. So, privacy is not enough here. You need to be able to have a network that makes it so that even if the adversary controls the entire fucking network, except maybe 1%, you should still be not be able to be de-anonymized. And that's, sorry, but it's not the case for Tor, not the case for I2P either. So yeah, we're looking into how to.
I don't want to be rude, but that sounds like a pipe dream. Like if a torrent website is really just by listing torrents being liable for it, because if you are the cops and you want to find it, then you are just going to trace the packets, right? There is pinpointing and hairpinning and what else, like as I see it,
there will also be traffic padding. So we will make sure that all connections look the same. We will make sure that deco destinations are long-lived. Like let's say you have a popular website, and clients, they will send like gigabytes and gigabytes of traffic to it. So for the passive adversary that looks at the connection, they will look at the amount of packets going through the connection, right? And the thing is, this amount of, just looking just at the amount of packets going through it, and the size and the timing, etc., it should not be enough to de-anonymize the website. See what I mean? So hence,
Yeah,
that would be a core design. Yeah. It would be a core design of the network. It would be to have these decoy destinations that will have the same looking traffic elsewhere. And yeah, so I mean, it's just one part of what I want to build, you know. But it looks like a very tough threat model. But I mean, I've been told so many times that no, it's not possible. Don't bother. Like shut up. I don't want to believe it. I think it's possible. Like I've been thinking about it for weeks now.
Do you know good sources to, like, I don't understand the Tor protocol at depth, for example. So even though I understand what you're saying, do you know good sources to, like, a mini booklet or something that explains it really well?
For Tor specifically, they have their specification. That's spec.torproject.org, I think. And that's where I basically look to understand in depth how their protocol works. I2P, they have documentation as well. So I look through that as well. I mean, it's best to look at the project directly rather than how people perceive it, because they may misunderstand it. So yeah, that's what I would recommend, the official sources.
You said from, and Shortwave also said that if the network is controlled entirely, they can block everything. But what Shortwave said is, like, now I pay for my internet and they can stop that. But in the country I live, I can't anymore in the European Union of Soviet Republic. You can't even get a mobile phone plan, and I don't know for sure about normal internet anymore without your documentation, government documentation, to prove it's you. And this week they have in the European Parliament accepted the chat control law bill in a weaker fashion. But if you read it, and I did not really read it, but just took some snippets out of it, and it's not forced anymore, but everything is like they gonna keep the chat companies like WhatsApp and Signal liable for the messengers, so they eventually will implement it if they get sued for it. So it's getting harder and harder to get those things where I live. And what I said, they block a lot of torrent sites where you can find the torrents. So it's harder and harder to get through all the loops to find them. And it's every day a single step toward closing the normal network and make it harder for people.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you can talk.
I was just going to say, Nihilist, I put the Reticulum official website into the private chat here on StreamYard, and so they do have their specification. So you might want to go take a look at that as well.
Yeah,
they would be able to explain it a heck of a lot better than I can. That's for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I'm looking at other projects, network projects that like talk explicitly about threat modeling and anonymity specifically. That's what I'm looking for. If they have the same on the documentation, I will look into it. Yeah, thanks. But yeah, in any case, I'm really hyped to get this to work. Like, and we intend to write it in Rust, by the way. I want it to be performant as possible, and ideally being an improvement over Tor and I2P, especially on the bandwidth side. I will be very careful with that, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, still brainstorming it though. I mean, we need to get the clear picture of the whole thing before we go for it, because I want to get it right too.
Yeah, and I don't think it has to be. I don't think it has to be fast. I think it just has to be faster. 500
Yeah.
kbps is not good enough in today's world. As I said, if it takes me 20 seconds to build a Monero transaction over Tor, over the RPC, if I'm standing at a cash register, that's too long.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aiming for at least the Tor performance. Like it should be at least that, not below. Like in latency, in bandwidth. I mean, bandwidth. Come on, like we can do better. And yeah, I mean, at least those two. I mean, should be better than Tor. That's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, because I found I2P to be worse than Tor. So
I think
I don't know
Tor
what they
can
messed
have
up.
a higher speed if it's like I2P that everyone that uses it also is a router that can, I think, quickly help to get more nodes out there to get a faster internet. But also a problem, what I say from the search engines is not the typical search engines. I meant like Degen and Brave Search. But sometimes it's very hard to find the specific thing on the dark web what you need, and then you need to hop to forums and that kind of thing. And if it's more like index, like a book, it can help to find some things if that more centralized.
No, I mean, it's a tricky topic because the design currently with Tor specifically, with hidden services, it's in the name. They are hidden services. Like it's intentional that you're only revealing the address of the website to specific users and not for the whole world, you know? So in that sense, that's why I created the Darknet Lantern project. It's to like you have to look at it like a cave system. If you are only exploring this cave alone, it will take like super long for you to find every website. But if you are a team of explorers that organize the work and split the work to explore every part of the cave system, you will explore it much faster. So that's the basis of the Darknet Lantern project I have. You run a node, you join the team of workers that are here to explore the dark web, and you list websites and you keep listing it, and everyone benefits from everyone listing the websites. So this is how I think a search engine should work for a darknet, but you cannot expect it to be like a ClearNet search engine. Why? Because that would mean that an adversary can list every website there is. And if they can do that, it probably means that they know how to get the IP too, you know? So
that's not what I meant.
That's not possible.
More like a book index, like that. That what you say is more like an index on the back of a book. You need a specific word. You open it, it's on that page. And if you have the book, you can find it. If you don't have the book, you cannot find it. And that's what I mean. Sometimes it's very hard to find the right path to something. And it can take hours or days sometimes to find very specific things on the dark web. And I know I see it daily on the ClearNet. There's so much censorship. Sometimes I cannot even find anything. I need to go to an incognito part of my browser because I could not see the Monerotopia live stream today on 2 different devices with 2 different network settings. And I was like, what the hell is happening? And I don't know even if it's censorship or that YouTube do not recommend it when you search for it. But it's sometimes very hard in that sense.
By the way, we are also, I do believe we are on Rumble, and we also, there is a podcast. So if for some reason you miss the live show, you can always tune into the podcast feeds.
Yeah. Normally I listen later in the week to it because I don't have time most days on this time. So that's not a problem. But I just notice sometimes that with the big platforms and also with the normal ClearNet, sometimes you can only get there if you have the exact link. And it's very funny that I slowly see the normal internet become more and more like the dark web, that if you don't know it's there, you're not going to find it. Only for a lot of people, it's they cannot figure it out. They do not have the time in it that I do, or the technical know-how to find something that's not just listed in Google. And now with the chat control, they're gonna start with things like Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp. WhatsApp has since a few months the AI thing built in it, and you need to disable it by hand for every single chat. That's a lot of work that nobody is going to do. Okay, maybe someone, I did, but it's just a lot of work. And the Signal stance is we're not going to comply with it. We will leave the EU if they force us to. But that means that the moment Signal says we leave the EU, and everyone I know use an Apple phone or a normal Android phone, the Google Play Store and the Apple Store delist Signal, and they can't update Signal. Probably the service will get blocked. So I'm absolutely out of reach for everyone at that moment. And I need to convince them to switch what I already did to get them on Signal to go to Session or Simple X or whatever is out there. But people will not keep following like that. It's always a hard thing, and I see it every day get worse and worse, and harder. And also with a lot of people, I notice more angerment in them, that if you divide a little bit from the crowd, you're now very fast a weirdo or complot thing, and they don't want to listen anymore. And it makes it harder and harder to get people to make a change to Signal instead of using WhatsApp. It's harder to get them to Linux instead of Windows 11.
Unfortunately, I think we're in a complacency phase where something bad is going to happen to a lot of people in order to shock them, like kind of like a shock to the heart, like one of those paddle devices, like the AEDs. I feel like it's like that. Like you're gonna have to have the heart stop and be shocked back to life with an AED before people are going to care.
I have an example.
They can't see it right now, but
yeah, I have an example of that. Look at the UK and their digital ID requirements, and like how many people like started to install VPNs just to get around this shit. And it's so stupid. Like you have to provide an ID to browse Wikipedia if you are in the UK. It's so stupid. Like no wonder people install VPNs now. This is the shock to the heart. I think is pretty visible in the UK at least. But if it propagates everywhere else, like it will keep going on, like UK momentum.
Yeah, but you see it in all of European Union. First, now it's the UK that it's very bad, but the chat control law that's now accepted this week in more and more European countries, it's harder to get a SIM card without registration for your mobile device. For the normal internet, you need to comply in more and more countries with your government ID. So within a few years, you can't even get a mobile phone or a SIM card with or without a prepaid or an abonnement to get to the internet or whatever. And if they start things like in hotels and that kind of thing, that you need to log in on the website from the hotel to get access to the internet with your room number and that kind of thing, then it gets harder and harder. And indeed, it looks like it needs to come to a full stop, hard crash, like driving into a pillar of a bridge before people start reacting.
Well, one way. Sorry, can I?
No, it's not. Yeah, you.
Yeah, one way of doing that hard shock would be to go to hotels in the EU, because in Greece, I remember news that they deduct. Tony said this. They deduct directly from your bank account. I don't know how true that is, but like somebody may or may not have let tunnel 3 hours down and then paid 2k euros for 2 movies. It could have been a lot worse. But if you don't like someone, you go to their house, you put a small Raspberry 0 or 1 there with the latest blockbusters. The guy or whoever gets like a fine of 10 grand, and you do that all across the nation, like in an organized effort, and then it's going to be too much. Like, and these people, they make lots of money of suppressing other people's freedoms. It's incredible. Like these vampires, these lawyers, they're getting paid like they're not even in Germany. The people I'm paying for this thing of the torrents, they're not even in Germany, they're in England. And what I suspect is that they get the hash of the file of the torrent and they upload it themselves and check then who is the counter IP, and then they check the IP. If it's German, then you're screwed. Because if you do this in, well, there are good sides and bads, of course, like for security reasons. Also now with the rise of AI, where anyone can build like really like dangerous shit. I'm always split upon that thing of being anarchist or not. I always think there's going to be a government. So, yeah.
In Europe, you need Meshtastic because even though you can't like call or use the internet with it, at least you can text, and you do not need a SIM card or a mobile phone plan. You can have your phone in airplane mode except for Bluetooth. That's all. All you need is a Bluetooth connection to that node, and there's nobody who can tell you no, you can't use it, unless they radio jam the frequencies, and spend the money to use the power to radio jam the frequencies. There's nobody who can tell you can't use it.
In most of Europe, it's illegal to jam the radio frequencies, and I know everything that's illegal, the government just does it, and they get away with it. But if they start jamming the frequency, that means that every mobile phone that's connected via Bluetooth and everyone has AirPods and so also all get jammed. The changer for your TV to change the channel also will get blocked with all that kind of stuff. So they cannot jam just you. If they jam the Bluetooth, they jam everyone's Bluetooth in that surrounding. And I think people will get pissed if they cannot listen to their music anymore on the bus or so.
Yeah, and if they jam the 868 megahertz ISM band, I assume it's gonna affect a heck of a lot more than Meshtastic. It's gonna affect power meter, like power meter devices and stuff like that too. So I don't think they would willing to jam that very much either, because the power companies would be all screaming about it and everything.
Yeah, that's also a problem. But it's like look at a soldier. He has his rifle, but most of them have still a pistol as backup for those few situations. And I think we should layer it like that. The main line outside now still is your normal internet. And one of the things to get around it is a mass testing network or an I2P network with Raspberry Pi or something. And if you lay it like that and ham radio, they can only block so much. At one point, they need to block the entire spectrum, which also means air traffic is blocked, the radio signal for the police and the firefighters is blocked, the power companies are blocked with their smart meters, which they say they're going to turn the power off for some people in the country I live if they use too much in certain periods of time when everybody gets home. I think a lot of people will get pissed about that when they find out that their heater is out or their cook plate will not work instead of the gas.
Yeah, I think people will wake up when that starts happening, and I think it will happen. I think it's going to happen before we see people revolt en masse about it. Like people are going to sleepwalk into it. We're like, we're telling you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. Sure, okay, someday. And then it's going to happen, and we're going to be like, well, we told you so, didn't we?
There is an even simpler.
There is in our chat here. I don't want to miss it. I wonder how is AKAnon paying for goods and services without power? Smiley face. Yeah. My comment is, I think he has a flat rate.
I'm betting that dude has like silver ounces and gold backs, dude. I think Alaska's just fine.
The harder the place is, like Alaska, that you need to be more reliant on yourself, the better people are off when something happens because they have the backup, like I said before, like silver, like gold, like food in the freezer, like food in a closet that you can keep 5 or 25 years without a problem. And but the simpler solution is a few weeks ago, maybe longer, Douglas said on XMR there was a service that someone brings cigarettes from Poland to the Netherlands. And they were like, maybe, don't know why, but it's very simple. In some European countries, the goods are so expensive. The benzene in my country is like €2 the liter. That's about $9.60 per gallon. And in the country over, it's 50 cents cheaper the liter. And it is, for me, a very small drive. And you see it, that a lot of people go to different neighboring countries if it's cheaper to get gas, to get cigarettes, to get their food, because some of them are so freaking expensive. And you hear it, and on the podcast Diary of a CEO, I believe it was, last someone said, the taxes for the UK government, they want to get from rich people was, I believe, 11 billion less than they expected because all those people did not pay the tax. They just left the UK. And you see it here, the government complained about tax loss because people shop in the different countries because it's cheaper to drive 100 or 200 kilometers and get everything for that month, from cigarettes, alcoholic beverage, your normal food, gas, than it's in your own country.
You know, and if it's a short drive, you can be a proxy service. So you said that was 50 whatever cheaper, like 50 cents cheaper in that other country. You can drive over there, you can buy a lot of it, and then you can mark it up by, say, 10 cents. You can sell it in your country for 40 cents off, and it's local to the people, so they get 40 cents off, and you make a 10-cent spread.
Yes, people do that, and that's what the Polish guy probably does. There are a lot of East European migrant workers in the rest of Europe, and because the countries in East European are cheaper, they take cigarettes with them on their travels to the West and sell it here for more than they pay in their country, but a lot cheaper in the neighboring country. It's a lot cheaper because in one of the countries next to me, cigarettes are 10 euro cheaper for the same pack as in my own country. So it's just crazy. And in Poland, they are even cheaper than that. So in the land I live, it's for tobacco like 20 euros for a pack of 30 cigarettes or so. And in the neighboring country, it's 10 euro. And in Poland, it's even 7 euro or so.
And see, the free market will always find a way. There will always be people who are willing to go out of their way to be a proxy because there's money in it. So the person drives 200 kilometers or 100 kilometers. They buy the thing in bulk for cheap. They bring it home with them. And now instead of their neighbors having to drive 200 kilometers or 100 kilometers, they have to drive 5 kilometers.
Yes, I did the calculation. It's about 11, 12 euros. Let's say 12 euros from me to drive to the tank station in the other country to get the benzene. But getting the benzene saved me 18 euros. So I saved 6 euros because the drive time you need of the benzene spent to drive to there and back, you get you divide it with it, and it still saved me 6 euros. Now that's only for the gas tank in the car. You put a couple of jerry cans in the back, and it's even more than that. And then, indeed, with the jerry cans, I theoretically could sell it in my own country. I do not do that at the moment because I don't want to. But it is, yeah, you see things fall apart, and then we get even the scared of, Rusland is going to invade the EU. First of all, Rusland or the Russian country is a country. That country does not do anything. And I don't believe Putin or the Russian army is strong enough to invade the entire European continent, because you see them, they are busy for 2 years in Ukraine and they only have less than half of the territory. Good luck with attacking Warsaw. I think when they attack Warsaw in Poland, that the armies from West Europe will say it's enough and attack with more force and power than
well, they have been attacking Ukraine for far longer. So, yeah. But in a general sense, is Bawdy here, or is because of the price of silver? I wanted to know his opinion on.
Don't think so. It doesn't. I doubt it. But Bawdy, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hello, sir.
Howdy.
Hello.
So yeah, silver. Actually, I realized that I.
Thanks for letting that issue on GitHub there, and I'm not paying no parking fees. Thanks.
I wrote an issue on GitHub.
I wrote an issue on GitHub, and you liked it, so I know you have seen it at least. If you have read it, I don't know. On your Monero simulator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go there and reread the comment. I'll probably read it and be like, oh yeah, that's right.
I thought you had read it, but anyway. So I wanted to tell one last thing before we perhaps close up, is that here in Gießen, where I am, there was like this new right-wing extremist party, the AfD. They founded a new movement which is comparable to the one in the Second World War, and etc. And there was this guy, like there is you can search it on YouTube, AfD. It's in German, so it doesn't make much sense. But it's on YouTube, AfD Gießen. You can see it. And this guy, he was such a genius. He infiltrated the party that was newly being founded, and such that he could have a spot at talking there. And and then he went there to talk about right-wing extremist German, neo whatevers, and he imitated Hitler completely, like, and it's such an exaggeration. And there were like 35,000 people protesting against it here but I'm up the hill, so I didn't notice it. So that's, for example, a great opportunity to show Monero and go there with a flag or glue stickers or something like that. Yeah.
You want to go into Germany and into the right-wing party and sneak in Monero?
Anywhere you can, even if you're being scammed in a dating site by a bot or a person that is being paid by a bot to scam you, you should mention Monero everywhere where it's possible.
That would be funny. Your make your primary marketing strategy that, like, whenever scammers contact you, which is all the time, to be like, yeah, let me send you some Monero, bro, and just like tip scammers like $1 of Monero, so they have to get involved.
Nice. I love it.
I do it a lot to people if they invite me for a dinner or something, or when I need to get money from people. I always ask, how do you want to pay? And mostly they say with card or with cash. And I said, no. Do you want to pay with Monero, silver, or gold? And they always look at me from like, what? I don't have any. And
oh, I love it.
I always ask people if I need to pay them, what do you want? Monero, silver, or gold? And it was very funny. Last time a friend of me said, oh, I like silver. So I get to him with silver. And he was like, you're serious? Of course I'm serious. I'm not going to joke with that. If I say I wanted the silver, gold, or Monero, I mean I wanted the silver, gold, of Monero.
He was testing you. And you did.
Yeah, he was like joking around. Oh, I like silver. And I bought him the silver. And also he was confused because, oh, you're serious. You really want to pay in silver. But he also was very excited about the fact that I give him now some silver for the thing I need to pay him for. And most people don't get that. And it's in an restaurant, I often ask for the manager if I can pay in gold or silver. Then you get the person that gets you on your table is usually just an employee, and I ask explicitly for the manager if I can pay in a different kind. And often it's no, because it's not that easy for them. But sometimes you see their eyes light up like, oh yes, I would like that. Or yes, I would like to, but my boss does not allow it. And mostly I say, screw your boss, take it. And if you really need to pay it in euros, pay it from your own account or from your own wallet.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I've actually thought about, at some point, I don't know when I'll do it exactly, but I've thought about taking a little bit of my Monero and getting a few more gold backs and a few silver and a few like silver dimes and stuff like that, just to have around, so that I can be like, hey, you want gold backs, you want silver, I got, or you want Monero, I can do that.
But no joke, no silver coins in Germany. You can buy it in Frankfurt at the train station. It's like 67 euros already. So that's what I wanted to ask Bawdy, what the opinion is upon because I listened to the channel Arcadia Economics to Chris Marcus, and he says that there are like there's supply shortage of 200 million ounces. I think it's globally. I don't really get it. So,
yeah, they have always. That's kind of on the price report. I was like, yeah, there's always the narrative about, the sea change and the gold is taking over. And I've heard for years and years and years about the supply shortage of silver, and I'm not sure how much I believe that. Like, there's always kind of vacillations that happens on COMEX and on the like LBMA and these bullion markets where, they've only got like 1 ounce for every 100 or sometimes 200 ounces of paper traded in those markets. And that on occasion, people demand delivery of the thing. Right. And then so often there can be some kind of shortage in terms of like what has to be delivered, and, there's not enough there. And I believe there's usually there's a term for it. I can't remember, but it's like a de facto statement of, yeah, but we're going to give you cash and that's going to be considered settled for this debt. And it's like they rarely invoke that. So it's very possible there could be a silver, or like a true silver shortage out there. Is that what's driving the price? It seems to me that the fact that gold is at stellar new all-time highs, well above previous all-time highs, like in the past year, for the monetary use case, right? That seems to be, to me, what's driving the silver demand here. And we have traditionally seen silver should massively overperform gold, and it might have already started to do that. Like silver's already making new all-time highs as of the past week. And it actually, I missed this on the price report. Probably I should have covered this, but silver busted through up to 54, which was beating its previous all-time high. And then this past week, it went up even higher to almost 60.
Yeah,
so
59.40 or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So silver's already like moving pretty big. And that's also another reason to suspect that gold should also continue going higher. It's also the beginning of a possibility that we could be headed towards a blow off top, right? Because that's what happens. The blow off top happens as silver surpasses gold in performance and then does crazy X's. And I mean, of course it needs to happen. Fucking silver being $50 in 1980, it shouldn't have taken 45 years for it to make a new all-time high, but that's just how good they were at demonetizing it.
Well, but you said that the monetary usage is driving the price up, or did I misunderstand it? As I understand, the the retail buyers are not pushing the price of silver, so it's I don't know, and it probably is a difficult question, but that there is that 15-to-1 ratio that like banks don't make. For banks to buy silver and hold it, it's like that capital, like E.B. Tucker says, like they don't make profits on it, so they don't do it. But we can. If a bank buys 1 ounce of gold, takes 2 years to go to 4,000, I don't think that's like, hooray, great for them or something like that. But for us retail buyers, we can play that game. We can stack and stack and stack. I mean, if there's to the nature that everything has been hyper financialized, the banks can find a way to make money off of silver, and then like in some form or fashion, putting some kind of touch into the real world. Like, so again, LBMA, COMEX, right? The actual major bullion markets globally, Shanghai even, they might dip a toe into that physical aspect, right? They might still try and peg something back to the physical aspect, and they're going to be able to leverage that. If something's going to go up in value, they're going to find a way to be able to leverage that. So when I say monetarily, obviously I don't mean that we're all spending silver. I just mean that like people thinking of it in terms of like as a monetary store of value, as to buy coins for speculative purposes, as opposed to the industrial use case for silver. So you're saying that the retail price is driving the price higher?
It's a component, like that. There's no doubt about that. But again, like the big five banks, those guys, there's no doubt that they're also part of driving the price. It's also sort of just a byproduct of gold going higher.
And that 15-to-1 ratio, do you think it's going to, like, silver goes to 100 and next year or something?
Silver could easily go to 100 next year, but that would only put it at like a 36-to-1 ratio. Let me take a look at the chart here really quick. Nah,
15-to-1 ratio 3 times at 2011, 80s, and I think in the 20s or something. I'm not sure.
It looks like 1968, in April of 1968, and then like January 1980, and then 2011, obviously. But even the 2011, so you're talking about the gold to silver ratio, which is 30, right? In May of 2011, or maybe that was April. In 2011, the gold to silver ratio hit 30, but the last time it hit 15 was back in 1980. I don't think. I extremely doubt that it's ever. I don't even think it'll get to 30. This chart, like, in a fundamental sense, they demonetized silver. And so to get back to 1980s or even 1969 levels of monetization, because remember the 1965 silver quarter, or sorry, in 1965, the silver quarter was discontinued. So you need 1964 or prior. I believe that's correct. Maybe I have the year one off. Maybe I have a one-off error here.
Okay.
Or off by one error. But we're never getting back to that level of monetization usage as we had in 1969 or 1980. It's only gone the other direction. So in terms of like actual medium of exchange, silver is just gone. The only monetization that it still has is that kind of like people hold on to silver coins, their junk silver in a speculative sense, store of value kind of sense. But the actual like market cap for medium of exchange is gone, which significantly removes the potential for that ratio to correct back to something as low as 15.
Well, Peter Schiff is now supposedly going to Dubai and going to talk about, or Abu Dhabi or whatever, in that conference about his perhaps shitcoin to peg,
Did you see
gold,
that Peter
gold tokens?
Did you see that Peter Schiff thing where they handed him a bar of gold or whatever on television or on the podcast or whatever?
No.
Oh,
I saw one meme about that, but I just had to intuit what might have happened.
The clip was that they were talking, and he's like, "I got this thing, 1 kilogram of gold, and it's Austria, Hungary, and it's got 0.999 fine and a serial number on it." And he hands it to Peter Schiff, and it's like, "Yeah, this is kind of heavy." And he's like, "Now, is it gold?" And he's like, "Well, I don't know." It looks like gold.
That's a pretty good antic.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Like, really, really well played.
I have something to say to Shortwave, by the way. Before you told me to check out the Reticulum network, I've been looking through their documentation just now. And let me quote something for you. They say, in general, it is recommended to use an I2P node if you want to host a publicly accessible instance while preserving anonymity. So they do mention the initiator anonymity for that Reticulum network provides, but that just means that you can participate in the network without revealing your identity. That does not mean the network provides anonymity. See what I mean?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So my goal is to be like a competitor to I2P. See what I mean? So yeah, that's the goal I'm looking for.
Okay. Yeah, so we were just it was just a misunderstanding then. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
Another thing. There was the question a couple weeks ago how to solve the problem of putting an ATM machine in Monerotopia. I think paying off some corner bank and putting it there for a year is perhaps the best solution. And because in Mexico they're not so strict about regulations. If you wanted to put an ATM machine here in the Deutsche Bank or Volksbank, you probably get shot or something by the police. But in Mexico, I think it's doable. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, should we go ahead and end it here, you think?
Sounds good to me.
Yo.
Douglas?
Yes, we could go ahead and end it here. Let me finish out by playing a clip that's been going viral in the Monero community. Not really, but I'll bring
and
it
don't
up.
buy Monero. Bye, guys.
Yeah, hold on. Let me finish off by playing this. Hold on. Oh. What'd I do here?
Monero's too difficult to buy. Monero's too difficult to buy. If it was easy, everybody would be rich. The reason 99% of people are broke is because it's difficult to get rich. If something looks easy, you should be avoiding it at all costs. Buying meme coins on Robinhood is really easy, but go do that and let me know how it goes. Bitcoin was extremely difficult to buy and understand in its early days, so by the time Monero becomes easy to buy, it's too late. Monero's too difficult to buy. If it was easy,
Nice.
everybody would be rich. The reason 99% of people are broke is because it's difficult to get rich. If something
Shares a
looks
good point.
easy, you should be avoiding it at all costs. Buying meme coins on Robinhood is really easy, but go do that and let me know how it goes. Bitcoin was extremely difficult to buy and understand in its early days, so by the time Monero becomes easy to buy,
Tendrás cenizo el pelo, pero serás más hermosa. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. Cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. Cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. Cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará. Cuando llegará, cuando llegará.
All right, guys, we'll end it there. Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube, ODYSEE, Rumble, Twitch, iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Don't forget to follow us on X or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.